show today because the great writer, high school football journalist, comes walking in to say hi to us. He's up in the studio today, and of course, people are watching live during the commercial break.
Right.
Kyle, hats off to Kyle that people recognize him. Just boom, instantly. He's a star on the show. I ate a banana at the end of the show yesterday.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of Kyle Parmalee.
And
An actual banana with a peel on it.
with the peel on
the
it.
whole thing.
I did the Will Levinson, right? So I eat it. It wasn't as ripe as Will's. Didn't taste good at all. My stomach did not feel great after the show. Mixing the Bud Light with it, not Bud Light's fault, but it probably wasn't a smart thing to do. But I was expecting a little movement, if you will, last evening.
You got the old banana in the tailpipe right now?
But it's just the opposite. I've got literally the old banana in the tailpipe.
Yeah.
And I'm concerned that there is nothing happening south of the border.
I will promise you, because I've had to do this. This is way too much information. But multiple times on trips, for whatever reason, sometimes when I fly, I get a little backwards too. I'm not as regular. If you will try just a little X-Lax, you'll be fine.
Just a little?
I would do just a little.
What he does on Dumb and Dumber, just like half a bottle.
But I was expecting
Flush, you bastard.
Hey, I'm not the one that had to call Iron Mountain today.
That
was
was
you, my
not
friend.
me. I mean, I called him, but it wasn't my fault.
Yeah, but hey, I was expecting to have to call him last night, but that did not happen.
Interesting.
And I was concerned.
Who would have thought eating
that
banana peel and all would screw up your digestive system?
Yeah, the only thing that would have concerned me more,
right,
if it had happened and I turned around and looked and there was a whole banana sitting there, that would have surprised me.
That was awful.
Yeah, that would have surprised me.
I'd maybe throw up a little bit in my mouth. I got to be honest with you.
All right, we are back tomorrow, 10 a.m. live. Charles Barkley will be part of the show tomorrow, 10 a.m. Central Time during the live part of our show. Don't forget to like wherever you're watching us now. Like, subscribe, turn on the notifications so you know when we're on doing something. Hey, if you're a notification person, you may get surprised with some live interviews, not during the live part of our show sometimes. Just saying. Have those notifications on. It's the Next Round, presented by Bud Light.
The Next Round kickoff party will be at Walk-Ons on August 26th. I'm Lance Taylor. Join the entire Next Round team starting at 5 p.m. We'll have food and drink specials from Walk-Ons and our friends at Redmond Vodka. The Next Round kickoff, Thursday night, August 26th at Walk-Ons off of Highway 280 on 119. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. One Man in the Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man in the Toolbox has the background to help you with almost any project. 823-2111.
As the Tide embarks on their journey to the next title, celebrate with Daniel A. Moore's Tributes in Oil to the 2020 championship season. Unrivaled is Moore's commemoration of Alabama's national championship beatdown of the Buckeyes. And Heisman Heights portrays Devontae Smith's one-handed catch against LSU. Available individually or as a discounted championship season bundle. Visit DanielMooreArt.com or call 1-800-735-2787 to order your heirloom quality fine art print or canvas today.
Let's kick off the college football season together. Join us Thursday night, August 26th at Walk-Ons off 280 and 119. I'm Jim Dunaway. The entire team from the Next Round will be there starting at 5 p.m. The Next Round kickoff will have great food and drink specials from Walk-Ons and our friends at Redmond Vodka, plus our magnet schedules, souvenir cups, and logo t-shirts while they last. A great way to watch that opening Thursday night lineup of college football. It's August 26th from 5 until close. The Next Round kickoff at Walk-Ons.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. As you guys know, the team at Hemphill Services are my go-to guys for all things heating and cooling. Recently, a unit went out in the house. Of course, Hemphill were the guys I called. Always professional, always courteous. Hemphill Services, they've been serving Birmingham since 1954. They're who Birmingham trusts. They're who I trust to do the job right and at a fair price. Hemphill Services, independent train dealer, and they service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. 205-229-2090. That's 229-2090. Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon. Our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Hey, welcome in live as we get rolling today on a Thursday, and it takes a lot on this show to not start with football. But I feel like, and we got football returning tonight, we got a lot of that stuff happening, but we got to start with a little baseball first, because what Shohei Ohtani is doing, it is worth the conversation before we get 4 hours into football. Shohei Ohtani became the first major league player to hit 40 home runs in a season. 2.79. First player ever. Baseball.
Well, yeah, and I think he's your AL MVP right now. I don't know how he can't be. You know, there's a lot of games that are played in baseball, right? 162 per year for a long time. He's the first to hit 40 and pitch in at least 15 games since Babe Ruth in 1919, over 100 years. So what he's doing right now is incredible. I never thought the guy would be this good.
Well, I hitting or pitching, I didn't know he could do a night like he has done several nights when he has been so dominant on the mound, and then so dominant in the box too. When you can hit a 40th home run in any season, you've had a heck of a year. But to do that and have the pitching that he's doing is what makes this so unique. I love to watch players dominate on the hill. I love to watch players dominate in the box. I've in my lifetime, I've never seen someone do both.
Well, you know, this isn't Deion Sanders or Bo Jackson trying to play two sports. That's probably a little bit more difficult.
But that was fun.
Yeah, that was quite the show. And both of those guys did it at a high level. Bo Jackson especially at a high level. But what Ohtani's been able to do to go 8-1 right now, and then to hit 40 bombs, I mean, to lead the majors right now, and really not even close. Vlad Guerrero right behind him at 35. I mean, he's been dominant.
Yeah, he has been dominant. So Ohtani goes out and rolls Brown with those 40th home run last night. Freddie Freeman does something unique as well for you Braves fans last night. A second career cycle for him. He's only the fifth first baseman in Major League history since 1900 to go with two cycles. He's only the fifth to do that. You know, your first baseman not really known for being able to leg out triples. So that doesn't happen.
I didn't think about that. Yeah.
That doesn't happen very often. I think Stan Musial is on that list, who is a speedy kind of guy. But there's Freddie Freeman, who gets his second cycle last night. And I love the way he did it. Because which one do you think is the hardest of
the triple?
It's the triple, right?
It's no doubt. Yeah, so he got the heavy lifting out of the way early.
Yeah, because I think the triple's the toughest. I think the double's the second toughest. Singles obviously the easiest, but I think home run's the second easiest.
No, I would agree, especially in the big. So he goes double in the first, triple in the fourth, single in the fifth. and 2-run blast in the 6th. So he's got a triple in the 6th inning.
Yeah. So he's got that triple out of the way, and then he hits his 27th home run. And oh, by the way, the Braves have only had one other player ever to have 2 cycles in their Braves career. 1896 and 1900, a guy named Herman Long. They called him Harry back in the day.
Yeah.
Herman Long.
You think they're related? If they did the 23andMe, would Harry see Herman on that tree somewhere?
Where were the Braves back then? Were they the Boston Braves or
What
were
year
they
was
somewhere
that?
else?
What year was it?
1896 and 1900.
I'm going to say Boston Braves.
Yeah, I know they were the Boston Braves, Milwaukee Braves, Atlanta Braves.
They were on horseback.
But it seems like before Boston, the Braves were somewhere else then too. But maybe they were the Boston Braves. Brown will look that up.
I don't
6
know.
straight for you Braves fans out there. 13 of 15. Now a 3.5 game lead. Their win streak is timing out perfectly with the Phillies losing streak.
You know, a weird thing that bothers me is when I Google something and the first thing that doesn't come up is the
answer?
the Wikipedia page.
Yeah, I hate that when you have to go down.
No, I can't. I want the Wikipedia page. That's
So,
the first thing
so
I
you
want.
guys don't Google.
I was looking for Chevy Tahoes last night. I was doing a trivia question for Odie's Team Trivia.
So you wouldn't Google Chevy Tahoe Wiki?
No, I just
No.
did Chevy Tahoe, and I thought that immediately it would pop at the top. I mean, typically, I would say 90% of the things, the first thing that comes up is the Wikipedia. But Chevy Tahoe, I had to go down the page and down the page and down the page.
Down the page.
All right. So what year am I looking for? I got it now. Finally.
1896 or 1900.
They are the Boston Bean Eaters at that time, Jim.
Wow.
The Boston Bean Eaters. They did not become the Braves till 1912 to 1935.
Yeah, well, they said Braves organization, so they must be counting the Bean Eater stats then with what Freddie Freeman did last night. So good for the Braves, good for Ohtani, and that's how we start off our wonderful show today with a little baseball. Before we get in football, you guys were at Odie's last night for a little team trivia. Odie's part of our show today, proud sponsor of the next round right here with LTD&B, Rockstar, and our buddy Scott Forrester, who's on the back road loving the way his White Sox are playing, and he's rocking another Birmingham version of a White Sox hat today.
Before I tell you about Odie's, do you want to guess? Well, I'll give you the trivia question from last night.
Okay.
What came first, the Chevy Tahoe or Chipotle, the restaurant?
Ooh, God, that's got to be Chipotle. I can remember Chevy Tahoes when I was in high school. I think.
So which came first? You're saying Chipotle.
Well, Chipotle,
No,
by the way.
Chipotle's older. Chevy Tahoe came first.
Chipotle, West Coast restaurant. I think it started in Newport Beach,
Okay.
made its way east.
Yeah. I would say that the answer is going to be Chipotle because it would not be mind-boggling to me that Chevy Tahoe came first. So to me, Chipotle came first.
Chipotle 1993, the Chevy Tahoe 1994. Remember the Chevy Blazers and the GMC Jimmys were big.
Yeah, I
back in
guess
the 80s.
so. I guess that's what I'm confusing it for.
Yeah, John Barton in Alabaster had a nice Chevy Blazer,
Yeah.
and he was my buddy. He was my ride around a lot. I didn't have a car or truck worthy of driving around in, so John Barton rolled us to parties and to clubs.
Well, get somebody to roll you to Odie's for lunch today. Rodney Davis cooking up those incredible lunches and dinners for almost 25 years now. The burgers, award-winning wings, great sandwiches, including my personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich. Fantastic patio for viewing inside outside or inside. Go see Will Haver and that great staff today. It's a Birmingham institution, Odie's Tavern right there in Crestline Village.
Jeff wants to see the Bean Eater uniforms again. Tim says the Tahoe came first. Wrong answer. Benny says the first Chipotle in Denver, he believes.
I thought it was too until I did the Wikipedia. I had dinner last night with Will Haver, and we were talking about Chipotle, and I brought up Denver, and he thought it was Denver too. But when you go to Wikipedia, unless the Wikipedia lies sometimes, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It says it said some interesting stuff about Joe Clatt when we had control of his Wikipedia page for a while.
Did we lose that? Did we
I
lose
swear, I
control?
think at one time it said he owned a snake.
Who, Clad?
Yeah.
Yeah, and his favorite radio show in the world was us.
Then
He's changed that now to where he appears on our radio
Yes.
show.
No, we don't have a radio show, Jim.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. We don't have that anymore. He appears on our digital platform now. He hasn't changed that yet. It's still our old employer.
That'll need to be changed then.
Yeah, we need to get that out there. Football yesterday, DeMarco Helms, a little ankle injury day-to-day, according to Nick Saban, but a lot of interesting conversation coming out of Alabama practice yesterday as we are now under 9 days until the start of college football. If you saw that in the morning rounds that goes out on Twitter, you get some of the top reads out there in our lineup today on the show. And the countdown gets us to single digits. A week from Saturday is the week 0 games that we're looking forward to. And I wanted to get into a story that's out there from 24/7 off the start of the show here and have a little fun. We got Charles Barkley coming up at 10 o'clock, second hour here on the show. So hour number 2. If you're on a replay version of us here, if you're watching us live on YouTube, it is coming up in just a little under 1 hour. Charles Barkley will be with us. But on 24/7 Sports, they have some, I mean, they're reasonable predictions, but they would be considered upsets if they actually happen. Potential shockers. Potential shockers is the way Matt Howe plays it there. So I'm going to throw a couple out for you, and I want you guys to react, okay? We'll start with the first one he does. Minnesota upsetting Ohio State in week 1. On the shock level, 1 being not shocking at all, 10 being Jim grows hair back and it stands on its head. What's that saying? The hair on my head stands straight up. That would be a 10. That would be a shocker. Minnesota upsetting Ohio State. Possible, not possible? How do you feel about it?
Again, I think PJ Fleck's squad is going to be really good. You go back to 2019, they won 11 games. Tanner Morgan back at quarterback. I think they've got 19 total returning starters. I'm trying to find, where is that game being played? It's Thursday night, right?
That game is in Columbus, I believe. But I will double check.
Yeah. Yeah, if it's in Columbus, I mean, they're going to be a 14 to 17-point favorite. I would be shocked.
Shocked.
I mean, I'm shocked. This is Ohio State we're talking about here. It is. I think it's in. It is in Minneapolis. Does that matter to you where it is, though?
Well, a little bit. I mean, think about Buckeye fans didn't get to go out and see games last year, so I think week 1's going to be an electric crowd. Minnesota fans, I told you guys I went up to Minneapolis to check something out, or I was up there for a weekend, and I was supposed to go to a game, but it was way too cold. But they've got kind of that casual fan. They care much more about the Vikings. Right. The game is in Minneapolis, 7 o'clock kick. Ohio State. I think it'll be a close game for 3 quarters, but I'd be shocked.
Yeah, I would go shocked on that one.
Yeah, and again, to remind you, Ryan Day has never lost a regular season game.
That's right. He wins the games he's supposed to, for sure. I'm 0 for 1 on throwing out a fact today. I thought that was in Columbus. Yep. Charles goes, biggest shocker this season will be Jim actually holding on to his 4-stake lead in our stake bets. Right,
I would agree with that.
Of course you would. History would show. I don't see Thanksgiving with that lead.
Yeah, but you don't take the bait much anymore. You've become a lot more on the set of the next round, a lot more passive. In some regards.
Some regards.
The stake bet regard. How about that?
Okay. So you want less passive Jim?
You're still passive aggressive, but you're much more passive when it comes to the stake bets.
You know, new viewers to our show will see the reaction on my face now, and will actually see the hurt. The hurt in my face when you say some of the things you say. Because
I don't think I was the first to ever point out on our show that you were passive aggressive.
No, I admit I am passive aggressive. It doesn't mean your words do not hurt me.
Anyway, I want you to get more aggressive with the stake bets.
Yeah.
Well, of course you do.
It's almost like you're down.
Yeah, but anytime I was up, I mean, I basically just laid things out there for you to be able to do to get these things back.
Frequently in 4 downs.
Yeah. Bobby from Homewood pointed out the other night, by me not taking that stake bet that you threw out where you were looking at the answer was proof that I've improved at stake bet.
That is true.
Yeah. I used to fall for those things all the time. And I do feel like you've taken advantage of me a little bit over the years.
Whatever.
I do. I feel like you've had some inside information or really knew the outcome.
That's not even true. The majority of our stake bets were actually on sporting events that had yet to take place or futures.
Yeah. So you are saying, if the Alabama legislature is listening, that betting on sports is a skill, right?
Wait, I do believe that.
Because they keep trying to not pass sports gambling in our state because of, is it a skill? Is it not? Is it a game of chance?
Well, it's a skill.
Is it a skill? I think it's a skill.
Well, I mean, I think there's some skill involved.
Yeah.
I mean, look, there's a lot of luck. I mean, the other night I had the Saints against the Ravens, who, by the way, cover every preseason game under John Harbaugh. Should have known better. But you can't really help when the Saints turn the football over 6 times.
Well, that is
bad luck.
It's bad luck.
That's right. And everyone is pointing out now, Goose, you do mean 3 and out, not 4 downs here on the show. I never fall for him in 3 and out.
What is 4 downs?
Yeah.
You used to.
I used to fall for him in 4 downs, but I'm not falling for him in 3 and out.
Not anymore.
Never again. Florida State upsetting Notre Dame in week 1. I wanted to get to this 24/7 Sports because you think this is possible.
Well, Notre Dame's only got 9 returning starters. And again, you're replacing quarterback Jack Cohn. I don't know how healthy Mackenzie Milton's going to be. I mean, if he's medically cleared, he's going to be a better quarterback day one than Jack Cohn. Mackenzie Milton, when he was on the field at Central Florida going undefeated that year for Scott Frost, he was a borderline elite quarterback. And you think about all of the experience that kid's got. Now, it's been a long time since he's played competitive football. But to me, Florida State's going to be improved in year 2 under Mike Norvell. Are they going to be as good as Notre Dame? Probably not. But that is much more down the scale. Now, I think Minnesota is maybe better than either. Well, I don't want to say better than Notre Dame. But Ohio State is light years ahead of those teams. I would not be shocked. It would be middle of the road. It would be a 5 for me if Florida State beats Notre Dame.
There are a lot of people that have that as a sexy pick, Brown.
A 5 out of what? 5 out of 10 shock level, Lance?
Yeah, I would be shocked.
I'd be more shocked than that. More shocked than 5 out of 10, I think.
I thought you had told me that you felt like Florida State could win that football game.
No, that's what I said. That's
so
why it's a
5 is not a big shock.
No, I'm more
Yeah,
shocked than that. I'm more shocked than 5.
Yeah, it's amazing that we are shocked at all that now we're playing in an era in 2021 where Florida State is hosting Notre Dame, and that used to be such a big game, and we're talking about being shocked if the home team wins that game.
No, that's a good point.
And Florida State always had better athletes.
Yeah.
I won't read the entire story for you, Matt Howe, right there at 24/7. But college football's biggest potential shockers is what we're talking about from 2021. Minnesota upsetting Ohio State, Florida State upsetting Notre Dame. He has one more upset listed there early in the season, week 3. Florida upsetting Alabama in the Swamp. Shock level there.
I'll go back yesterday, and when we were doing the betting insiders for ESPN, their top 10 SEC bets, one was under 11.5 regular season wins for Alabama. I do think Alabama will find a loss. I have no idea where it is. Again, I think Florida is going to take a couple of steps back from where they were last year, but that's a tricky game. You know, you're minus 2 or 3 in turnovers. It's still an early game for Bryce Young. Florida's defense was not good last year. They should be improved this year. I'll put that a little bit higher than Florida State over Notre Dame. I would be more shocked if Ohio State lost to Minnesota than Alabama losing to Florida.
Okay, that is one of the choices you have in our Cowan Equipment poll question that is out already at Next Round Live on Twitter. Which is more likely to happen from the fun story from Matt Howe on 24/7, and you vote in our Cowan Equipment poll question. Gators upset Bama is actually the leader right now, the first 200 votes there. It's brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment.
Hey, and Cowan Equipment, proud to partner with the Next Round on their new venture and would love the opportunity to partner with your company for your heavy equipment needs. Visit us at Cowan.com to find out more about how we can be your heavy equipment solution, from rental to new equipment sales to superior service and parts. Again, visit them online, Cowan.com.
Gators upset Bama, the leader. LT's Technology Talk being a which is more likely to happen. LT's Technology TED Talk has taken the lead. They're expecting you one day to lead a technology TED Talk.
No, I would pay money.
Okay, impossible. I will tell you this. I was putting some copy together today, and just where I would not mess up my copy points here, which I did yesterday somehow and had to go back and redo them, typed it out. I took it to somebody in there, and I said, look, I need you to find a file to put this in and make sure it doesn't go away. I can't even properly talk this.
And that is my TED Talk today.
Thank you.
Always have somebody to help you.
Drive home safely, yeah.
TED Talk, yeah, way to go. Other choices you have in the poll question: Ohio State 0-2 to start the season. Another little twist to that story there. If they lose to Minnesota, surely they can lose to Oregon second.
If they lose to, 0-2, it's not going to happen. They're going to win both of those games.
Yeah. And the least vote getter of which is more likely to happen is Pac-12 winning a national championship. More people believe Ohio State could be 0-2 to start the season, that Florida could upset Alabama, and that LT could lead a TED Talk in technology than they believe that Pac-12 could win a national championship.
Again, I think there's 5 teams that could win the Pac-12. We had Bruce Feldman on earlier in the week, and I believe those teams to be Oregon, Washington, USC, Utah, and Arizona State. Any of those 5 could win that conference. None of those 5 are going to go undefeated, and none of those 5 to me are going to get into the college football playoff to begin with. But even if they did, once you get there, what do you have to do?
Well, you got to win 2 games.
You got to win 2 games.
Yeah.
Not
Gotta win
happening.
2 games.
Not going to happen.
All right. A lot more college football talk as we continue. Barkley coming up at the start of hour number 2 at the top of this hour. Later in the show, being unveiled on our show today at 12:20.
Well, no, I didn't mean to throw you.
No, you scared me.
No,
with
I'm excited at the announcement.
with your actions. The latest Daniel Moore painting that he is going to be, he's going to show us the sketch. We're going to show the sketch on the air, I believe.
Yeah, and we're actually, I can't wait to talk to Daniel Moore.
Yep.
Maybe, you guys help me out. There's only a handful of great sports artists of all time. He's
Yeah.
one of those guys.
I can't
name another one.
It's Leroy Neiman
Leroy Neiman.
and Daniel Moore.
Yeah.
Yep. Those are the 2 I can name, and they're 1 and 2 for me.
Yeah, me too.
There is no bronze medalist.
Hey, when you were a kid, did you ever go in the, I think it was Thomas Kincaid store in the Galleria? Do you remember that?
I don't think I do. Well, you got to give me a little more detail than the name.
It was a store of paintings in it.
Steve Skipper, by the way, local guy.
Yeah,
Steve
yeah,
Skipper,
yeah,
there's
yeah,
another one.
Steve's
Yeah.
good,
They may have had some Daniel Moore paintings. What was his store called? Did he have a store in the
Well, he's
Galleria?
got one right now called New Life Art.
Well, no, there was
Fine
another one in the
sponsor.
Galleria. I can't remember
I
what
don't
it was. I know
remember.
that. Anyway,
Well,
there was
I
a
don't think they let kids in those stores.
Well, I would go in there, and the paintings he would do, like, he was known for painting like light or whatever, and he would have these houses that were in the snow and the fire was burning inside, and they were just mesmerizing to me when I was a kid. Never bought one, obviously. Obviously, I'm the only one on this show that ever did this.
No, well, think about somebody that was on acid that walked in.
I
there.
know. Well, I'd go to Spencer's Gifts, too.
Like, Brian, I don't even know what you're talking about.
I don't know
You're
either.
telling stories, and I'm like, what
Somebody remembers this.
I do remember, was it called Swiss Colony where they had the beef log and the cheese out?
Oh,
You'd walk
yeah.
by and they would have that summer sausage and you could take the sample.
I just
And so
remember-
we'd hit that thing like 11 times just back and forth to Aladdin's castle.
They had a whole part of the Galleria back in the day for those little houses, right? Remember those around the holidays where it was sort of like what Brown's talking about. It was a different
An elf
villages and houses, and they were about this size, each little setup.
Oh, you know what that was? Because Jason
models?
Jason just hit it, and it was called the Mole Hole.
The Mole
The
Hole.
Mole Hole in the
Oh,
Galleria.
yeah.
You
Had a
remember
little,
that
had a
store?
little mole, a big stuffed animal mole in the front of
It
the
did, yeah.
entrance.
And it looked like a cool place to go as a kid. Then you went in there, and it was basically what Dunaway was talking about.
Can I just pull the curtain back real quick? I'm nodding like I heard Rockstar. My headphones aren't working.
Yeah.
No, mine aren't either.
Yeah.
Mine hadn't the whole time. Yours?
Yeah, mine either.
Yeah.
The whole
Wonderful.
time.
Yeah, that's why I sent Rocky a text. So we got an issue today, especially if we're about to have Barkley on.
Yeah, I was just rolling along, trying to be a professional on the show, and was expecting Rockstar not to talk, and then Rocky was talking, and we don't have his camera hooked up yet, and I was looking through the glass, and I was like,
Yeah, I was going to play it off. I thought you guys were good to go.
yeah, no, Brown, I guess, heard him, because I was just going to laugh. Rockstar could have said, hey, man, I got to leave. My dog just got hit by a car. I'd have been like, Rockstar, that's fantastic. Yeah, just the old local TV. That's what we used to do. If we couldn't hear the reporter in
through.
the field, we'd just wait for their lip to stop, bob our head.
Yep. You nod the head, right?
Yep. Thank you, Janet. All right. The show is rolling towards Charles Barkley. We're live on YouTube and all of our platforms. Thanks for being with us today at Next Round Live. Put your input in there and be a part of our show, or jump into the live YouTube chat and we'll bounce around with reaction. A lot like Mike, who says Thomas Kincaid is one.
That was the guy I was talking about.
Thomas Kincaid. Way
Painter
to
of
go,
light.
Mike. Way to go, Mike. It's the Next Round right here on the Next Round Double Down Media Network.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Let's face it, we all have a favorite something. This is LT talking about my favorite men's store, Shea's in downtown Homewood. Why do I like this store so much? And what makes Shea's so unique? Well, to start, they have been in business since 1922. Yes, 1922. And they offer an eclectic mix of menswear brands from classic to contemporary, such names as Xenia, Canali, Peter Millar, and many more. They have an in-house alteration personnel who understands that fit is key, and Shea's gets it right. Whether they're fitting a suit, shirt, or jeans, they offer unbeatable service with a sales staff that truly understands the products and how they fit your individual lifestyle in any occasion. Whether it's your work, leisure time with friends, or a formal event like a wedding, stop by Shea's and see if you don't agree. This store is simply the best. That is Shea's in historic downtown Homewood, where you will feel at home when you arrive and well-dressed when you leave. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at HydroLife Therapy. Boost your immune system today with HydroLife Therapy. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service at the Birmingham and Tuscaloosa locations. If you're unable to make it to HydroLife, a nurse can actually come to your home or office. You can visit them online today, hydrolifetherapy.com. HydroLife Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood 9 to 6 and Tuscaloosa 10 to 6.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Let's kick off the college football season together. Join us Thursday night, August 26th at Walk-Ons off 280 and 119. I'm Jim Dunaway. The entire team from the Next Round will be there starting at 5 p.m. The Next Round kickoff will have great food and drink specials from Walk-Ons and our friends at Redmond Vodka, plus our magnet schedules, souvenir cups, and logo t-shirts while they last. A great way to watch that opening Thursday night lineup of college football. It's August 26th from 5 until close. The Next Round kickoff at Walk-Ons.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Dreams where I saw the face, blurred the lines and obstruct the space. Once evolved through the recommend, spill the paint, let the colors blend. Myself about learning, and got a lot I need to learn myself about learning. I got a lot I need to learn today. On a climb to a parallel, for proof of life and a bid farewell. Steam will rise when the answers fall. Learn to beg just before you crawl. Got a lot to teach myself about learning. Got a lot I need to learn today. Got a lot to teach myself about learning. Got a lot I need to learn today.
You got me? Okay. I don't hear.
Got a lot to teach myself about learning. Got a lot I need to learn today. Got a lot to teach myself about learning. Got a lot I need to learn today.
So please stay patient. If I was Rockstar, I would sing you a song. I would tell you a joke.
Check.
Actually, I could tell a really filthy joke right now. It wouldn't matter because we don't have the FCC to deal with. Is that going to make you cringe?
It's going to make me cringe? Probably. Can you hear me?
Does anybody out there want a filthy joke?
Mike, check 1, 2. You got this, Rockstar?
I got it.
Goose says, tell it!
Tell it.
Exclamation.
Tell it.
Okay, somebody said got Jim also. I think that's you on.
Somebody on Brown's mic.
Yeah. I think it is.
Of course. Yes, please. Heck yeah. Give it to me, Lance.
No, let's wait till Free for All Friday tomorrow in that final hour of the show, which just to remind you, remember the next round is presented by Bud Light. And so tomorrow from 12 until 1 o'clock, I will be having fun. We'll just put it like that.
Oh, we're up now.
Oh, we are up.
We're
Okay,
gonna
good.
do the segment?
Yeah, we probably need to do that.
But don't talk to me because I can't hear you.
Okay.
Well, I would say this, that surprisingly to make it 4 days and not have one major technical problem, I was pretty excited about that.
No, I'll take it. I know you wanted to talk about the preseason action tonight. There's only one game going. It is the Patriots at the Eagles.
A lot of Alabama football flavor in that one, my friend.
No, there is. And you know, the thing about preseason football, one thing I enjoy, especially trying to handicap it, and look, we'd had a great preseason run for the last 5 years. This preseason has been off the rails a little bit. Some bad beats last week. We'll get it back on track. Got a couple of weeks to do that. But I like watching some of these backup quarterbacks compete to be the second in some of these rosters that keep 3 guys and maybe even just a practice squad guy. But tonight you've got 4 quality quarterbacks that are going to play a lot because in Philadelphia, Jalen Hurts is going to be your starter, but Joe Flacco looked really good last week. And in New England, this is one of the bigger quarterback battles going into the NFL season between Cam Newton, who will get the start tonight, and Mac Jones. You don't seem like you believe there's a battle here.
Well, I don't. I believe it's Cam Newton, and that's what I wanted to ask you. Do you think there's really a battle there? I saw Drew Bledsoe. It was Drew the other day who said, I think it should be Cam Newton definitely to start the year and let him go deep into the year, that Cam Newton, the veteran, and he didn't have all this talent around him that he's got around him this year, and that can make a big difference. And Drew Bledsoe, who has no say in the quarterback battle, but he is a guy who played on Sundays for the New England Patriots and well-liked there in Boston, believes Cam Newton is and should be the guy this year. I've liked what I've seen from Mac so far, but I can understand wanting a veteran guy like Cam Newton to lead the team if there's more talent there.
Well, Josh McDaniels didn't put Mac in any situations, and Brown brought this up. There was one great throw, and I forgot the receiver. It was a backup receiver. I forgot who it was. Christian Wilkerson, maybe, where it went right through the hands. It would have been an easy touchdown.
Right.
But outside of that, they were relatively easy throws for Mac Jones, and I think Josh McDaniels is easing him into this situation. I agree with you. I think Cam Newton's going to be the guy. I think the media is making a little bit out of this. But if Cam Newton plays like he played last year, Cam Newton's not going to be the starting quarterback because Bill Belichick, although he doesn't like playing younger quarterbacks, Bill Belichick's getting up there. Buffalo is the alpha of the East right now. Bill Belichick wants to get back to the postseason. I don't think we've ever, maybe going back to the Cleveland days, seen Bill Belichick miss the postseason back-to-back years with the New England Patriots.
On the live YouTube chat, Chris brings up a great point. Is it sad that the legacy of Drew Bledsoe is his injury gave us the greatest quarterback of all time? Without that, we may never have seen the GOAT.
And I think we forget Bledsoe had, a year or so in Buffalo, a year or so in Dallas. But with the New England Patriots, the numbers he was putting up, if he would have gone on and won a championship, who knows? He's a borderline Hall of Fame guy with the numbers he was putting up. Great quarterback at Washington State. And, his legacy really is the guy that got knocked out, turned it over to Tom Brady. And I hate it because I really believe the Rams that year were by far the best team in the NFL, going 14-2, and there was just something special about that Patriots team, and they just really started to come together on that run through the postseason. And they cheated, by the way.
Stacy's input, Cam will most likely be the guy for games, but I think Mac will eventually take over. First few games, he says there. It's an Alabama takeover in the NFL tonight, Jordan says. Looks forward to watching that. And Casey goes, Cam will definitely start, but I don't think the leash is long before they give him the hook and let Mac get in there. But it's about winning games, and that Patriots team is a lot better. On the other side, you have Jalen Hurts, and you have, Devontae, and you won't see a whole lot of Devontae who's coming back and getting up to speed in camp there, but you will see a nice chunk of Jalen Hurts probably, and the more seat time he can get, you don't want to risk injury, but you need seat time if you're the Eagles and Jalen Hurts.
They're trying to build weapons around Jalen Hurts. I'm one of those guys. I don't believe Jalen Hurts is going to be a long-time starting quarterback in the NFL, a guy that's going to have a lot of success. It's hard to doubt him because it seems like anytime you doubt Jalen Hurts, something big happens for him. But, you look at Devontae Smith, they got in the draft in the first round last year. 2 years ago, it was Jalen Reagor. So you've got a couple of weapons. But, again, I thought Joe Flacco outplayed him last week. Yep. And, if you're a brand-new rookie head coach in the NFL, Jalen Hurts, who wasn't really supposed to be a starting quarterback this soon, Joe Flacco, that savvy veteran that's won a Super Bowl, you've got him right there on the roster. If Flacco outplays him, what do you do?
Well, it's about winning football games. Right?
And by the way, I think the Eagles are going to be in the bottom of what we viewed for a long time as the worst division in football in the NFC East, because I think it's going to be a dogfight, Washington and Dallas at the top. And then I think you've got New York, who's going to be improved. The offensive line's got to get better. And then I think Philadelphia is going to be in the basement.
Part of our show being brought to you by the great folks at Mortgage Right today. Anywhere that you hear us or see us, 24 hours a day, you can watch us on the stream on YouTube. That's a place you can get a mortgage from our friends at Mortgage Right.
Yeah, if you're looking to purchase or refinance a home, act now before those rates go on the rise. With locations nationwide, lending directly to home buyers, our friends at Mortgage Right remove the speed bumps on the road to home ownership by cutting out the middleman, ensuring a fast, worry-free process. Visit mortgageright.com to get started. That's the right way to do a mortgage. NMLS 2239.
Charles Barkley scheduled to be with us coming up in the second hour of the show. Quick break here. When we come back, what Scott Frost was saying yesterday about the NCAA investigation, what his AD, Trevor Alberts, was saying, what Ed Orgeron says about Miles Brennan, when he expects Miles Brennan back, and still to come, why Georgia and Clemson is starting to have a different feel to it from one side to the other, that when the next round rolls on.
Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
At AmFirst, you always come first, especially during the Summer of Freedom. That's why they're offering their very best rates to members right now, so you can hit the road and see it all with an even lower auto loan. And while you're feeling so free, you'll get even more for free from AmFirst, like free gas when you refinance your car, free rewards on checking, and the chance to get more free in giveaways and prizes. AmFirst is making your summer freer than ever because this is your summer, the Summer of Freedom at AmFirst. For more information, visit amfirst.org/promotions. Available to qualifying members only. Certain restrictions apply. AmFirst is an equal housing lender. MLS number 403456. Federally insured by the NCUA. No purchase necessary. For complete offer details and rules, call 1-800-633-8431 or visit amfirst.org.
The season for golf is far from over. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Make sure you take advantage of the great weather heading our way at Ballantrae Golf Club. 620-GOLF, 620-4653. It's also never too late to fix your game. The Thompson School of Golf is based there at Ballantrae. They can help you as well. 620-GOLF for a tee time, 620-4653. 18 championship holes of golf at Ballantrae, always in fantastic shape. And it is so easy to get to. They treat you like family there at Ballantrae. Take it from me. I love the game. 620-GOLF, 620-4653.
Let's kick off the college football season together. Join us Thursday night, August 26th at Walk-Ons off 280 and 119. I'm Jim Dunaway. The entire team from the next round will be there starting at 5 p.m. The next round kickoff will have great food and drink specials from Walk-Ons and our friends at Redmond Vodka, plus our magnet schedules, souvenir cups, and logo t-shirts while they last. A great way to watch that opening Thursday night lineup of college football. It's August 26th from 5 until close. The next round kickoff at Walk-Ons.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
Stay up to date with the next round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Back with you on the next round. Jim Dunaway, LT. Brownie is playing the role of the IT guy right now. Rockstar and Scott Forrester rolling along with you as you watch us and listen to us all over the great United States and around the globe. And don't forget, part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at Gutter Cap. The fall is coming, LT, and that means it's a great time to get those gutters taken care of. We'll run you around the SEC and give you updates from camp after LT tells you how to cap that gutter.
Yeah, it's a patent aluminum cover. It fits over most existing gutters to keep out that debris. Eliminate the gutter cleaning forever. It's back with a lifetime warranty. Chris Stewart's been a really good friend of mine for a long time. Does a fantastic job. Almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price right now for the next round. Listeners, do this. Go to guttercapbirmingham.com. That's guttercapbirmingham.com. Or just call my good friend Chris Stewart right now. 205-823-2212. That's 205-823-2212.
Brown has all the artists in our audience up and excited today. James says, I remember the painter of light, Thomas Kincaid, and his artwork. Susan says, me too, Brownie. Thomas Kincaid, artist. Absolutely fantastic. And people are asking about the next round wear, and we will have that shop next week, we hope, right there online at nextroundlive.com.
Yeah, that's the word. I think we've got other issues right now, but I think next week is what we're shooting for.
You mean other issues like microphones and stuff like that?
Yeah.
Yes.
But I was just going to try to get a thumbs up from the guy that is actually working on that right now, but it's okay. Yeah, I think we're going to be good next week.
Yeah, so next week is likely where you can go ahead and purchase. I don't know why I'm holding this up as a Georgia. You can't purchase the Georgia Tech gear from nextroundlive.com.
Did you purchase that, or Jeff Collins send that to you?
What do you think?
I think you purchased it.
Jeff Collins sent it.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Our friend Josh Pate, who's doing 24/7 Sports, got a gift bag, and I was like, "Oh, that's great! You give a gift bag to the Atlanta guy." Back when you were in Tuscaloosa, rolling around in Mississippi State recruiting here, used to love our show, and 2 days later, a big bag of Georgia Tech stuff came rolling into the house from Jeff Collins. So the 404 is ready to go. I hope he takes a step forward this year.
I do too. I'm not overly confident. I just based on what I saw last year, but we'll see.
Yeah, Next Round Live store up on the website next week, and also we've got next Thursday night our wonderful kickoff party with our friends from Redmont Vodka. Had a meeting with them yesterday at Walk-Ons. We'll give you more details about that. But right now, with our gutter cap around the SEC trip we go. We start with Ed Orgeron, who tells us Miles Brennan, the injured quarterback, a broken left arm, non-throwing arm, is expected to be back maybe as early as mid-season, bye week before Alabama at the latest, says Ed Orgeron. Got a feeling it's not going to matter when he comes back. Max Johnson's going to be so successful at quarterback, it's going to be fine without Miles Brennan.
Yeah, I think Max Johnson's going to be fine. But for whatever reason, if he struggles, and let's just look at losable games before that Alabama game. At UCLA, very difficult game. It's a tough start. We've talked about that game multiple times this week. I think LSU will find a way to win that game. Very competitive game. They could lose it, though. They could lose in Starkville September 25th. Again, Auburn destroyed this team last year. They've got them October 2nd in Tiger Stadium. At Kentucky's a tough game. Florida's a tough game. At Ole Miss. I mean, these are really all losable games for a team that was 5-5 last year. I know they've got 18 returning starters. I think you and I are very optimistic that Ed Orgeron and LSU with Max Johnson, they bounce back, not to the 15-0 level, but to me they seem like more of a 9-3 team this year.
But a 9-3 year this year, with a win at UCLA, and you get into the SEC and you win some of those games, 9-3 to me would show me that Ed Orgeron isn't going to be a one and done situation, right? He had a Gene Chizik 2011 type year last year, and then it got worse for Chizik the year after that. For Ed Orgeron, if it's back to 9-3, 10-2, that shows me he's a coach with a coaching staff and knows how to put a staff together enough that he is going to hang around in this league and be what LSU probably needs at coach down there in Baton Rouge. If he goes 6-6 again, I'm going to say we probably should pull the plug if I'm an LSU fan.
Well, that's what's interesting, because I was about to bring up the point that a national championship used to get you used to have a lot of leverage.
Yep.
And it would buy you a lot of time. And now it's a little bit different in today's college football, especially with the money they're making. And
that changed with Gene Chizik, I think, because when Chizik won in 2010, I thought he would be the coach at Auburn at least 10 years.
Yeah, and I think this point was brought up yesterday. Ed Orgeron is going to become kind of Gene Chizik, because when we go back to 2019, Joe Burrow and Joe Brady get all of the credit, and I think they deserve that credit. And he had great wide receivers, and you give Orgeron the credit for recruiting those guys and bringing them in. But if Ed Orgeron goes from 15-0 to 5-5, and look, almost everyone got a pass last year with COVID. But this is a year when you've got those 18 returning starters, and now you've got a little bit of experience at quarterback. They've got to be better. And, LSU fans, LSU fans' expectation is to get back to an SEC championship game. I don't know how realistic that is, but if you were to go 6-6, I don't think he would be fired this year, but he's on a hot seat immediately in 2022.
We'll talk about how Georgia's opener with Clemson is starting to get a different feel because of what is going on in Georgia's camp after I tell you about the great folks at the University of Montevallo, where you can schedule an in-person visit right now. They've got a new tour down there that if you don't want to drive to Montevallo, or if you want to get a look at the University of Montevallo before you schedule that in-person visit, you can go online, and they got an immersive 3D modeling the ultimate virtual walkthrough right there online, and then schedule that in-person tour so you can see the beautiful campus in person. It is voted by Southern Living as the South's most beautiful college campus, one of them. U.S. News and World Report says Montevallo is the top 15 public university in the South. 21 Division II scholarship sports right there. Fantastic. They've even got an esports team. They've got a bass fishing team there at the University of Montevallo, and 75 majors. Whatever inspires you, whatever you, your son and daughter want to do in life, you can make it happen at Montevallo. Check them out online, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu. That's my school. At Georgia, their school starting to feel a little different when it comes to that Clemson game because of more injuries. Kirby Smart yesterday, Darnell Washington, big playmaker tight end, great blocker with his hand on the ground. He has a foot injury that's going to cost him a few weeks. Also, DB Tyke Smith, who came in from West Virginia, was one of the top returning DBs in America. If he'd have stayed at West Virginia, he goes to Georgia with his position coach. He has a foot injury. It's going to cost them some weeks, is the report out of there. The timetable is not exactly the same, but we're just a couple of weeks away from that Georgia-Clemson game. These Georgia injuries, to me, LT, making that opener feel a little different than it did, say, 5 days ago.
Well, and look, that security blanket for JT Daniels, I mean, you've got really good running backs. Your top 5 rushers are coming back for Georgia. But Eric Gilbert, we don't know what the status for him is. And now with Washington going down, if he's not going to be ready September 4th for Clemson, you know, how thin are you right now at the tight end position? And, you know, this is not a typical Georgia opener. You know, if this was, you know, Louisiana, Southwest Louisiana, or, you know, even a La Monroe, it's a little different feel than you get with Clemson. I still, at least at this point, I've said it for weeks, I think Clemson wins that game. But when these injuries start to mount up, doesn't look good for Georgia right now.
Yeah, it doesn't look good because that's such a nail biter of a game anyway. You want to be full strength. They'll have tight ends they can put out there, but you want your best tight ends, right? You want your best DBs out there. They've got other great players they can put out there, but you want to be best on best in this game. And a loss isn't going to eliminate either one. We've talked about that all summer. You can hear that over and over. Even if you lose this game, you can still win a national championship. That is 100% true. But I think for Georgia, you know, the path to the playoffs, a little tougher for them than it is for Clemson. Clemson absorbs this loss a lot better than Georgia does.
Yeah, I agree. Clemson, you know, takes this loss and they play an ACC schedule and they should be able to run the table. Again, they're not playing North Carolina this year, which would be one of the more difficult games in the ACC for Clemson. And Clemson has built the brand that they can go 11-1 in the regular season, win the ACC championship, and go on and get in. Now, Georgia can do the same, obviously, in the SEC. But your point is, if you lose against Clemson, there's no margin for error. And you've basically got to run the table in the SEC then.
All right, some more college football coming up later on. You guys jumping in right there on YouTube Live watching the stream. Yes, you can walk in and stand behind the glass behind LT, just like the Today Show, the way it's designed.
Have we had somebody back there today?
Yeah, Big Don just walked in.
Oh, okay.
One of the guys who helped us with the build out, he was standing back there showing a guy. Tim says,
was that his paw print on the glass?
It may be. Big Tim says, was that the donut guy right behind LT? Don can bring us some donuts some days. We usually feed Don the donuts. Matt, can we come stand behind the glass wall? Yes, come on. Buford says, looks like they're starting their live audience already, the live tour.
Yeah, I missed this.
I tried to tell people, whether it's right over your shoulder.
Yeah.
I tried to tell people that it's like if you come by, it's like we're zoo animals because we're in the cage, fully glass. We can't get out. We wave at you and try not to do anything that the monkeys used to do at Monkey Island at the Birmingham Zoo.
By the way, I just saw one of the more ridiculous things on Get Up, looking down.
Is it a question?
Well, yeah, it was a question, and I forgot the panelist. I think Rob Nikovich was on there.
They asked some of the dumbest questions on that show.
And Greenberg was on there. But the question was, better chance of going undefeated in the NFL. And by the way, when's the last time we saw a team go undefeated in the NFL?
All the way to the end?
Well, just in the regular season was 2007, right?
It was New England Patriots.
Yeah. So their question was, better chance of going undefeated this year, would it be the Kansas City Chiefs or your Tampa Bay Buccaneers? Your Tampa Bay Buccaneers are going to lose 6 or 7 games.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
If you tell me right now we're 11-6, I would take it right now. If you said, Jim, here is No, other way around. Jim, slide me $100, and I can make the Buccaneers go 11-6. I would take that right now.
Yeah, like I think the Rams are going to be really good this year, but I think 11-6 is kind of that number. So I would take 11-6 as well. Yeah. I think this is the year.
What NFL team would not take 11-6? 11-6 gets you in the playoffs, right? Even with the 17-game math.
Right. 11-6 is a really, really good year, and now we're talking about somebody going 17-0. Again, an extra game, and we're talking about better chance of doing that. Zero chance Tampa's even got a shot. I would be shocked if they went 14-3. Again, much like I said, you can't really doubt Jalen Hurts. Obviously, you can't doubt Tom Brady, who won his 7th Super Bowl just last February. I just have a feeling this is the year where he starts to come back to earth a little bit. I think I said that last year, though.
Debbie jumps in on the live YouTube chat and says, I win my office pool. I had Brown being the first one to miss the show to play golf. If you're just tuning in, Brown is not on vacation. He is here. He is working his tail off behind the scenes right now, trying to keep us afloat. Brown, is this officially Apollo 13? Are we in that mode yet? No.
You think they're going to tell you that if it is?
This is the part of the movie where they're actually talking to the guys, and they're like, "Hey, no, guys, it's fine. It's fine."
If we were losing oxygen, they would just let you tap out.
But I think that's the way I would want to go, right? I wouldn't want to know. Brown knows me. If I'm gonna sink, I'd rather not know I'm sinking, because I'm gonna worry about it to the end.
Well, we've only got 5 minutes before one of our bigger guests. But.
Well, he's our friend. So Charles Barkley, who's scheduled to be with us next, we have no problem sliding with Charles.
Yeah.
So if you're planning to hear Charles as we start the next hour of the show, it may be a little deeper into the show because we're going to call our friendship card here and not roll until it's good. Blake says, sounding good, Jim. You must have been working one-on-one with Aaron. That's a poker club joke. Thank you, Blake. Yeah, good poker lessons. I got to play poker soon. I hadn't played poker in a while. I got the itch. Is that why my arm's itching today? I need a little poker tonight.
Didn't you come in last the other night?
I never come in last anymore. Used to. This is the next round. Hour 2 coming up.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch. That's what you get at Walk-Ons. And now mix in the best atmosphere to watch live sports. Add that elite-level beer selection, and you've got a winner just off Highway 280 and 119. Happy hour at Walk-Ons is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons. Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com. Take a second to listen to me. Do you have problems sleeping? Is your energy down? Your workouts not the same? Is your libido down? Your problem could be as simple as low testosterone. Whatever the challenge, the Alabama Men's Clinic has a solution. You can come in, get a medical consultation and blood work. If medically advised and you start your low T treatments that day in the office, your visit is free. Set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000 or go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. Another side effect could be depression, and most men wait a year or longer before ever getting tested. The goal line to better sleep, more energy, a rekindled love life, and more may be as simple as getting your low T checkup at Alabama Men's Clinic. Located in Birmingham to serve you. The number again, 205-598-7000 or one click at alabamamensclinic.com. That's alabamamensclinic.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Caliber Sports in Homewood. Caliber is an elite hunting store in Homewood, fit for any adventure. Caliber offers high-end specialty products you won't find anywhere else in the Southeast. World-class firearms, whether you're looking for old world charm or modern power and precision, our friends at Caliber have you taken care of. Men's and women's apparel, outdoor gear, and brands such as Gentel, Duckhead, Orvis, Onward Reserve, and more. Stop by, see Jake and the great staff at Caliber Sports in the heart of Homewood. For more information, caliberxl.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
The Next Round kickoff party will be at Walk-Ons on August 26th. I'm Lance Taylor. Join the entire Next Round team starting at 5 p.m. We'll have food and drink specials from Walk-Ons and our friends at Redmont Vodka. The Next Round kickoff, Thursday night, August 26th at Walk-Ons off of Highway 280 on 119.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
After the first hour of the show, we move to hour number 2 right here on The Next Round, presented by Bud Light in the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studio. And we've got our buddy Charles Barkley in just about 30 seconds after Brown tells us about his trip recently to Greystone Chiropractic.
It is right there in Tattersall Park, their brand new location, the premier family wellness office in Birmingham, voted best of Birmingham 3 years in a row. And Dr. Lee Goldenberg is nominated for Shelby County Healthcare Provider of the Year 3 times. I don't know what more I can say, but I trust my family with Dr. Lee Goldenberg. Greystone Chiropractic, 205-981-8090. Enjoy a healthier life today. Make an appointment, GreystonChiropractor.com or 205-981-8090.
Charles Barkley joins us. You see him on TNT. You know him as being one of the great Alabamians who loves our state, and he's back with us. He's a longtime friend with us, and his first appearance on our new show, The Next Round. Sir Charles, my friend, how are you doing on this wonderful Thursday morning?
What up, brother? How y'all doing?
Good. How are you?
We had hoped having you in studio with us at some point. That's down the road a little bit, though.
Well, I'm actually coming to Alabama next week. I'm doing an event August the 28th at Legion Field with UAB Minority Health and Research Center to get people vaccinated. So maybe I can come in one day while I'm down there.
We would love that. Hey, we've done our part. I was going to ask.
Y'all at a casino? Hey, y'all at a casino?
No, no.
Wait,
they're
did
just,
you say y'all were at a casino?
That's just a proud sponsor, but we'll throw some cards around for you. LT will hold any bet.
Sure.
Hey, listen, the best way to get me to do anything is mention gambling.
Or Redmont Vodka.
Or Redmont Vodka, or Vulcan Gin. Hey, Redmont and Vulcan Gin and Redmont Vodka are great, but hey, casinos always work, brother.
Hey, before we get into any sports at all, you typically...
No, let me ask you a question.
Yes. Okay, we'll back up. It's all you.
How in the hell can Alabama be ranked number 1 with all the stuff they lost?
Well, I mean, have you paid attention to recruiting? It's like one 5-star after another.
Hey, no. You don't replace Mac Jones, those 2 wide receivers, those all offensive linemen.
Wait a second.
They do it every year.
Chuck, what would you have said about Mac Jones a year ago today?
That's
You would
right.
have said the same thing about Tua.
You don't replace Tua Tagovailoa.
I think Mac Jones is going to be better than Tua.
But would you have said that last year?
Well, remember, I was at the Iron Bowl when he played great. That one again. If you play great in the Iron Bowl on the road, he threw the 1 interception, but he played well. Other than that, but I'm saying, when I'm talking about those 2 wide receivers, and I'm talking about the offensive line, and that's a lot to. And what about Najee? Listen, first of all, I already think Saban's the greatest college football coach ever. I got nothing but respect for that dude. But for them to lose all that talent and to be ranked number 1, if they win this thing again, this to me, I'm not lying. I'm not just blowing smoke. This would be his greatest coaching job ever. Because you guys are talking, this ain't just plug in and replace. They had all those guys who were first-round draft picks, man. Those guys are hard to replace.
So are you willing to do a bet on the air? You give me 4 teams and you take the field for the national championship. And I'll take Alabama as one of those 4.
No.
Welcome back to the Birmingham Racecourse and Casino Studios.
Hey, give me Clemson, Oklahoma. If you give me Clemson, Oklahoma, I think Alabama's going to lose 2 games.
Oh, Charles, to who?
Well, they're going to lose to Auburn. Let's get that out the way.
Okay, give me one more team. Clemson, Oklahoma, and
he gets 2 more.
No, he gets Dunaway. Stop negotiating.
I think Oklahoma should be the favorite, personally.
Does that change your feeling knowing that I picked Oklahoma to win the national championship and you know what a landmine I am?
You know, let me tell you something. No, actually, I think one of the best coaching jobs did last year was by I forget his name. What's his name at Oklahoma?
Lincoln Riley.
Yeah.
I thought he did one of the best coaching jobs that nobody ever talked about. Because you remember correctly, they lost like the first 2 games of the season, correct?
Yeah, not the first 2.
They started 1 and 2.
Yeah, 2 of the first 3, yeah.
Yeah, and then they didn't lose again. So that tells me something about his coaching ability. When they were early a big pick in the beginning, then got eliminated quickly, and then for him to keep that team together and keep winning, that's great coaching. So I if I had a number 1 pick this year, to me it would have been Oklahoma.
Okay, I'll make this simple then, and then I will lay off the gambling if you want to do this. You said Alabama loses twice in the regular season. I will take Alabama over the 10.5 wins. I do think they lose 1. I don't think they lose 2. Would you like that wager?
Well, how many games they playing?
They're playing 12. So if they go 10-2, you win. They go 11-1 or 12-0, I win.
You sure they only playing 12 games?
I'm looking at their 12 right now.
12 regular season. This is a regular season bet. He's not counting SEC championship or the potential of a playoff.
Okay. So I'll take the bet.
I mean, where are we going on this one? The norm?
Well, you make it light on yourself, little fella.
I will go. We'll just go an even $1,000. Is that fair?
Woo! Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
Who made that noise over $1,000?
I think it was Dunaway.
Yeah, you know me, man.
Listen. I got to talk to you and Maggie, man, because if $1,000 make you nervous, you shouldn't be hanging out with me and Lance ever.
Well, you see how many times I reach for the check.
Hey, no, you the white Kenneth Smith. Every time the check comes, you're in the bathroom.
Small bladder, man. I got a small bladder.
You're the white Kenneth Smith. Hey, Kenny's always going to the bathroom conveniently when the check comes.
Watch this. Here's my white Kenny Smith. Ready?
You out? Dunaway on his way out.
Hey, Chuck, we were just talking about one of the most ridiculous things we just saw on a Get Up. They were asking the question, who has a better chance of going undefeated in a 17-game season? Kansas City, which should be the elite of the NFL, or your defending champions, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I was going to ask you about the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I mean, amazing what Tom Brady was able to do. Have you ever had an opportunity to spend time with Brady?
Yes, I'm a big Brady fan. I think I just saw him up in Montana at the golf match. I think Tom Brady arguably is the greatest athlete ever. I mean, he's already eclipsed the football. He's the greatest football player ever. But I think when you talk about the greatest ever, you have to really put his name in the conversation. You know, I tell people what makes football unique is every playoff game is a game 7. You know, when you talk about these other great ones, Gretzky, Michael, guys like that, they're always got a favorite because they have to win. They always going to have the best player in a 4 out of game 7 series. But when you talk about football, this dude's been in 10 Super Bowls and won 7. And like I say, what makes unique football so hard to win, every playoff game is a game 7. And for him to win 7 Super Bowls and be in 10, to me, it's the greatest accomplishment in sports history. That's just my personal opinion. I mean, it's amazing. And let me tell you something. He's one of the nicest guys I've ever met. He's one of the nicest guys I've ever met. He is so cool to be around. I've been around him a few times because me and Belichick are good friends. So I've been up to a bunch of Patriots games, and every time I've seen him, he's always been the nicest dude in the room. He's incredible.
Charles Barkley is with us on the next round, presented by Bud Light. You mentioned that you're friends with Belichick. I'm a Dolphins fan, so obviously, the guy wears me out. But
why is it his fault your team sucks?
It's not. It is not, Charles. I get tired of losing to him, though. I can tell you that.
No, but that's always a fascinating article that people, when I'm talking to people, they're like, well, I don't like that guy. He always beat my team. And I'm just sitting back saying, why is it his fault your team sucks?
Yeah, it's not. It's not. I'm not blaming it on Belichick. I just wish he'd hurry up and retire. I was glad when Brady went to the box. I wish Belichick would retire now. But I mean, you were a professional athlete, and there is a perception that a guy like Nick Saban, he can motivate college athletes. Pros, I don't need the motivation, but it seems like Belichick is so good as that. Is that a bad perception, or is Belichick just different?
Well, I think the thing that Bill does is, you see people, you see guys that they didn't like playing for the Patriots. They like winning for the Patriots. He is really just do your job type thing. He doesn't care about your hair. He doesn't care about what kind of clothes you wear. I mean, he's traded for some guys who are way out there.
Yeah.
But the one thing every guy tells you who plays there, who I know and been around, is like, he's a no BS guy. You got to do your job or you're gonna be gone.
Yeah,
and I think that's the difference between pros and college. In college, you got 18-year-old kids. They ain't really, they got a lot of stuff going on. So you have to really get them. You have to kind of stay more on those guys because they're all over the place.
I knew a guy that played for Belichick, and he said the thing he liked most about him is of any of the pro coaches, and he played for a couple of NFL franchises, he said, any of the coaches I played for, he was the best at putting you in the best position to win and never once took credit for it. He's like, I played for coaches that would put you in a position to win. They would go to the post game, and you could tell they were taking credit for it. He said Belichick was the best ever at putting us in the right position to win the game and never once took credit for that.
I've had friends of mine. I had a friend of mine who played in the NFL for like 7 years. And he said to me one time, he got cut. And then the Cleveland Browns picked him up. And he said his first week with Belichick, he taught him stuff that he had been in the NFL, bounced around for a couple of years. And he said Bill Belichick single-handedly got him like 5 extra years in the NFL because he's never seen anybody who was so technically perfect.
Wow.
He says he taught me stuff that I should have learned in college and I should have learned in the pros. He says he's a really big technique guy. So the guy you talk to is 100% correct. He's going to put you in position to do it correctly. And this guy said, and this guy's on TV now, he said, Bill Belichick got me 5 extra years in the NFL because I was a good player. I wasn't a great player, but he taught me to do the things the proper way. And I had gotten cut a couple times because my talent level wasn't excessive. But he says he taught me the little ins and outs and perfect technique and made me who I was as a player and got me on TV today.
Chuck, earlier you said that Mac Jones, you believe, will be a better quarterback in the NFL than Tua. Right now, I don't know if it's a quarterback battle. We'll watch them play tonight. You know Cam Newton well. We'll see him and Mac Jones go against the Eagles tonight. If I asked you come October, who is the starting quarterback for the New England Patriots?
Well, I've got to pull for Cam. But, the one thing about Coach Belichick, he don't play favorites. Cam is going to have to play better than he did last year. He did not play great last year. And listen, Coach Belichick, everybody will tell you. You see guys on TV who played for the Patriots. They're like, Coach Belichick don't care who you are. If you can't play, he's not going to play you. So I'm pulling for Cam, but Cam's got to play better than he did last year, plain and simple.
more talent around him this year. That game's 6:30 tonight on the NFL Network. I want to go back to your golf outing. That event seems to be a bucket list item that I want to go to someday. It seems like every one of you that play there at Tahoe have a blast. Tell me about the enjoyment level, not only for yourself, but for the other pro athletes that choose to come and play in that golf event. Why is that event so special to all of you that played other sports?
Well, number one, it's like the only place in the country that's not hot as hell. It's always perfect weather. It's always about 70 degrees, a slight breeze. It's perfect weather every year. You get up, you play golf, and then the rest of the day you either, in my case, gamble, or a lot of the guys just go to the beach or go on the water on a boat. And you do that and really for most of the football players, it's like their last week before training camp. And it's just like it's really like a perfect vacation, to be honest with you. Like I said, you get up in the morning, you play golf. It's perfect weather. You're playing with two other celebrities who are pretty cool. And then you're done playing by 2, 3 o'clock because of the time change. Yeah, and then most of us just sit in the clubhouse and swap stories. Like this year, I'm sitting there. It was one of the coolest afternoons. It's me and Michael Strahan, Justin Tuck, Larry Fitzgerald, Vince Carter, and we just sit around, and Emmitt Smith. And we sit around for like 3 hours telling stories. So what's funny happened. So I had a dinner reservations for 4. And I didn't have room for Emmitt Smith. And Emmitt throws out the line, wait a minute, you can't get an extra seat for the all-time leading rusher.
It's true, right?
Oh, my man, the whole table, he says, you ain't got room. You can't make another seat for the all-time leading rusher. Me and Strahan and Vince Carter and Larry Fitzgerald started laughing so hard. And Justin Tuck said, come on, man, you going to pull the all-time leading rusher card? And, man, it was just – we just sit there telling stories. You know, they were telling me LT stories, and I was telling them stories about Manute Bol and guys like that. And, man, we just sit there, and that's the way it is. And so that's why it's a special week. I mean, because like I say, I don't see Emmitt and Michael. I see Fitzgerald all the time, and I hadn't seen Justin Tuck for a minute. And Justin's just a really good dude. And we just sit around and drink beer for like 3 hours, and it was only like 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and we sit there up to about 6, and then we went and got dinner. Then I squeezed in another seat for the all-time leading rusher.
Yeah.
And so it's just a great week.
Is he like on a bar stool, like at a bar stool at a table where he's higher than everybody because that's the only seat they could find?
The pull-up chair?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like I called the restaurant like, yo, man, we got an extra person. Can you he said, Charles, I'll make it work for you. So it was just for him to pull out, it's like, I would never pull out, hey, man, I'm a 2-time Olympic gold medal winner. You ain't got no seat for me at the table?
Hey, that was like when we were in, it was Alabama, Oklahoma a couple of years ago. We're in Miami. We're on South Beach, and everyone had told us we had to go to this steakhouse. I can't even remember the name of it. Can you guys remember?
No.
But it's supposed to be the best steakhouse on South Beach, and we get there, and it's covered up, and they tell us the wait's going to be like an hour, but you
past our reservation.
Yeah, past our reservation, right? And we're standing there waiting for a table, and a lot of people still are, and we don't notice a whole lot of people going to the table, and a Maserati pulls up, and Alonzo Mourning gets out of it, right? The Heat game had just ended, and your buddy Zoe walks up, comes up to the maitre d', talks to them, turns around and goes back and gets in the Maserati, drives off, and I look at Jim and Lance, and I said, guys, if Alonzo Mourning ain't getting the table here, we ain't getting the table here.
Exactly right. You're 100% correct.
We may as well go to Waffle House.
Especially in Miami.
That's right.
Alonzo Mourning ain't getting a table in Miami. Y'all ain't getting one.
Negative. We did not. Let me cut to the chase.
Hey, Chuck, I want to ask you: Has Rob Pelinka from the Lakers called? I mean, Carmelo Anthony, Russell Westbrook, LeBron. How much older can this team get?
Tell you what, it's going to be a bunch of Absorbing Jr. and Ben Gay
And Dwight Howard, I didn't even mention.
Icy Hot, Aleve X. There's going to be a lot of damn absorbing junior and rubbing ointment in that locker room.
You didn't hit Depends, though, so that's a positive, right?
Hey, listen, I wish I had thought of that. That's a good line. Yeah. I wish I had thought of that.
Well, feel free to use it. I won't claim it down the road. Hey,
I might have to use it. Wait, when I'm back on television, I might have to use it. So if that's cool, I appreciate it.
You got it. I'd love to be your ghostwriter. That'd be great. So you're heading to play some wagers. You already have done it. Are you going to some futures? Is there an NFL team you're placing your money on in the offseason to win a Super Bowl, trying to make some money? Is there a college team that you think is a long shot to win a national championship? You're trying to make money. If you're going to go to Vegas or wherever to place your bet, who's your long shot bet to be a champion, a little future bet from Charles Barkley?
Well, listen, I'm a little disappointed. I have no idea why Auburn is not ranked in the polls. I got to admit that. What's Auburn's over and under?
7.
7.5. I saw it one time. 7 now.
Yeah, it is 7.5. Dunaway's right.
We're gonna win more than 7 games. Let's get that out the way.
I will go. I'll go another 1,000, and I will take the under 7.5 regular season.
You got to do that, Charles. That's easy money.
Hey, of course. First of all, I'm never gonna bet an eye over $1,000. Let's get that out the
way. You would bet on the sun rising in the west for at least 1,000 right now.
For $1,000. So we got Alabama 10 under 10. They're gonna win. They're gonna win 10 games. They're gonna be 10-2. And then
Alabama 10.5, Auburn 7.5. Yeah, I've got over 10.5 and I've got under 7.5. You've got under 10.5 and over 7.5.
That's 2 bets.
Yep.
My pick to win a national championship is going to be Oklahoma. I think Rattler coming back. First of all, the defense was much improved the second half of the season when they went on that 8-game winning streak. And I think Rattler is probably the best quarterback in the country. Because he was a little too hyper the first 2 or 3 games of the season when they were losing. But after that, and I tell you what, that Lincoln Riley dude, he might be the quarterback whisperer. But if they get any defense whatsoever, Oklahoma is my pick to win the national championship.
Have you spent much time with Brian Harsin? Have you been able to be with him much?
I have, Spencer. I went to dinner with him one night, and we played golf together, and I like him a lot.
Yeah.
I do. And I'm going to tell you why I like him. And I'm not. I think what he did coming to Auburn shows me what kind of confidence he has in his own ability. He took the toughest job in sports, and that to me tells me he got some stones on him. I mean, you think about this, Donaway. He could have stayed at Boise State and won 7 games a year and lived happily ever after.
Yep.
And nobody would have never said anything. But he had the courage to come to Auburn, Alabama, to go up against the greatest college football coach ever in the toughest job. That tells me, man, he believes in himself. And I'm telling you, I am so pumped for this season because, listen, you guys been in this thing a long time. He didn't have to take that Auburn job. I mean, he grew up in Boise. He played at Boise. He was winning 10 games a year. They would never complain in Boise if he won 7-8 games. If you win 7 or 8 games at Auburn, they're going to be out there picking it outside at your house. And then to come and go against Coach Saban, that tells me, so any coach who got tremendous confidence in himself, I'm going to believe in. So I cannot wait for this football season to start. But, Lance, you can gate. And I don't want no Discover card or anything like that. I want cash when you pay me.
I'll hold his feet to the fire.
Fair enough, Chuck. Hey, look, we know you're coming to town next weekend for a great cause, but typically after the NBA playoffs, you get away and you go on a really cool vacation. Did you go anywhere this year?
No, man. Most of the fun places are locked down because of COVID. And you got these idiots out here who don't want to take the vaccine and who don't want to wear a mask, and they're out here getting people sick and killing people all over the country, and some of these countries won't let you go there. So I think right now, I'm just gonna chill and chill. You know, I got screwed last summer because of the bubble. Well, and this summer, I'm just getting screwed by dummies who won't get the vaccine and won't wear the mask. So we can get this thing under control and get back to normalcy. So I'm just playing golf every day. I'm playing great too, Lance. I'm playing great.
Charles playing great.
I believe people think they just think that you've always been awful at golf. And I've told people there was a time where you were like a 5 or 6 handicap.
Well, I was really good, thank you. And then I started taking lessons from every Tom, Dick, and Harry, and, you know, because I wanted to get better. And then I just lost my way for like probably at least 20-some years where I was just awful. And then this guy came into my life a couple of years ago named Stan Utley. He's considered the best short game teacher in the world. I met him at Tom Lehman's golf tournament, and he said, Charles, let me work with you. I said, Stan, I don't work with everybody in the world. And he said to me, which was a great line, he said, well, one more ain't going to hurt. And he said, just give me a week. And I spent a week with this guy, and he says, okay, forget everything you ever heard about golf. We're going to go back to the bottom. And he said, let's just try. Just listen to me. Listen to my voice. Don't think about the other 10 teachers. Don't think about Hank Haney. Don't think about Butch Harmon. I mean, don't think, like, you know, I played with a bunch of pros. They're always trying to work with me too. And so, man, I had like, when I was standing over the golf ball, I had probably 15 guys talking to me, talking about what I'm supposed to do. So Stan got with me, and he says, I just want you to listen to my voice. Listen to my voice. Don't. And, man, we started out slow for like the first couple of days, and then the second couple of days we added a little, and I'm probably playing better now than I ever played in my life, to be honest with you.
Did he hypnotize you, Charles?
No. I remember I told you I got hypnotized. It was the worst idea ever. All I got was a good nap. Hey, that was the worst damn idea ever. 'Cause, you know, I was still playing in the NBA, and they had one of the halftime acts was hypnotizing people. And I made the team get his information. I called a guy. I went to LA in the summer, and he said, I think I can fix you. And I told you, all I did was get a good nap. I woke up with the same crappy golf swing.
Good nap, bad swing. Charles, thank you for the time, man. It's always great talking with you.
Hey, man, listen, I'm happy for you guys, man. I wish y'all great success. Y'all can count on me to come on. But listen, I told you, next Saturday at Legion Field. I can't believe I'm going back to Legion Field. I'm looking forward to 11-1 with UAB Medical and Health and Research Center, Minority Health and Research Center. And we got food trucks, too. We got to feed people to get them to take the vaccine. What the hell going on?
Making good food. All right, so that is next Saturday. We'll continue to promote that as well if you missed all that info. Charles, thank you, man. Have a great week.
All right, guys, have a great weekend.
All right, buddy, you too. That is the great Charles Barkley, Basketball Hall of Famer, Auburn legend, with us on the next round presented by Bud Light.
Love that guy right there, and he does so much for so many people in the state of Alabama. That's one thing I love about him is that he loves to come back and give money in his home state. Bromberg's part of our home state. They've been with us for years and years. They're the place to go get a gift.
Yeah, family owned and operated since 1836. Bromberg's has established a solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Bromberg's also has an extensive giftware department to service the registries of brides and grooms in the Birmingham area. Go see our friends at Bromberg's today. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also view their online store today at brombergs.com.
You'll hear from Nick Saban why Alabama's defense, in my opinion, could be the best in the SEC, the reason why, in our next segment. Also, I've got a medical question. I'm going to ask 2 of them, actually. One of them involves the banana again. Why? I'm going to ask our audience.
Oh, your audience, not us.
I'm not going to ask you guys. I'm going to ask the audience. 2 medical questions from Jim that I want you guys to answer. And the key to Alabama's defense being so good, it is next on the next round.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Think about this scenario for 1 second. You get out of bed in the morning, walk in a room, the first thing you feel is water under your feet. You got a leak, you got a problem. You may think your first call is the insurance company. You're wrong. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Your first call is DryTech Water Restoration. They respond quickly. They'll reply within 20 minutes. Likely, you're talking to an owner. DryTech Water Restoration does not work for the insurance company. They work for the customer. Remember this website, mydrytech.com. That's mydrytech.com and DryTech Water Restoration.
The Next Round kickoff party will be at Walk-Ons on August 26th. I'm Lance Taylor. Join the entire Next Round team starting at 5 p.m. We'll have food and drink specials from Walk-Ons and our friends at Redmond Vodka. The Next Round kickoff, Thursday night, August 26th at Walk-Ons off of Highway 280 on 119.
I can't say it simpler than this. Way to Wellness saved my life. I'm Jim Dunaway, and the Way to Wellness program helped me lose 45 pounds and get my blood pressure and cholesterol in check. You can do it too. Go to the website, aplanforme.com. No cookie cutter plan. Everything is designed for you. The program is overseen by board-certified professionals. There are no contracts, there are no sign-up fees, and you get a free consultation. The website is aplanforme.com. Tell them you want a plan like Jim. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account. Have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 great locations right here in Birmingham. The team at Vulcan Tire and Automotive, they feel it's important for you to know they don't employ any salespeople or technicians that are incentivized with your commissions. When you are getting your vehicle serviced, the team is only incentivized to take care of you and your vehicle. That doesn't happen everywhere, but it does happen at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Again, 4 locations right here in Birmingham, Hoover, Moody, Trustful, and Gardendale. For more information, Vulcan Tire and Auto.com. No one does happy hour like Twin Peaks. Whatever your preference, we have everything from tequila cocktails and an extensive bourbon category to local craft beers and handcrafted whiskey cocktails. And don't forget about that 29-degree man-sized drafts. It's Twin Peaks at the Patton Creek Shopping Centers. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Caliber Sports in Homewood. Caliber is an elite hunting store in Homewood, fit for any adventure. Caliber offers high-end specialty products you won't find anywhere else in the Southeast. World-class firearms, whether you're looking for old world charm or modern power and precision, our friends at Caliber have you taken care of. Men's and women's apparel, outdoor gear, and brands such as Gentel, Duckhead, Orvis, Onward Reserve, and more. Stop by, see Jake and the great staff at Caliber Sports in the heart of Homewood. For more information, CaliberXL.com.
I went by and checked my new, this is not going to surprise any of you. We're moving, and we're in a townhome for a few months, and my wife has been handling the entire move in the process until the big stuff happens this Saturday. Our friends at 2 Men in a Truck will be helping us out on Saturday. But we've had the place since August 13th. We took over the townhouse.
Okay.
I saw it for the first time last night. What was last night? August 18th?
No, that happened to me once. My wife and I bought a house shortly after we got married and moved to Birmingham. And we sold the house, and this was back before the housing crash.
Yep.
And that's when you could sell and close on a house in basically 2 weeks. So we put the sign in the yard, get a full asking price offer the day after we put the sign in the yard. And the realtor comes to us and said, good news, bad news. I said, what's the good news? He goes, we got a full asking price offer. I said, what could possibly be the bad news? They need in 2 weeks. We had nowhere to go. So my wife found us a rental house. And the day I saw it was the day we moved in.
Yeah.
I'd never laid eyes on it.
I think those are tough to find right now. I like where you're moving, though. I can't believe, though, that you've waited a full week.
Well, that's what I went over there last night, and the reason I went over, the typical move, Maggie's been moving the little stuff over, and so I go over there to get her coffee stuff. Not the coffee machine, it's there, but I drink my coffee black, the way God intended. She puts all this stuff in there. The stevia, this 0-calorie butterscotch something, and all of that had been moved over there.
So she's one of those at Starbucks that backs the line up?
Oh, yes. Yes, 100%. And it probably costs $62 when she's through with her coffee. But I had to run and get that. So I did the tour of the place. I love the setup I'm moving into. And, we're about to be empty nesters. So it's a perfect size for us. I'm losing my sports room, but I think I have found a nook that I'm going to be able to hang 3 TVs.
All right.
Good for you.
Yeah.
That's the important stuff.
The old nook.
I'll be going from 4 to 3. I may be able to squeeze 4 in there. We'll see. We'll see when it's all said and done. But I went back, gave her coffee stuff, and she goes, so how'd you like the place? I'm like, what does it matter?
We got it
We've
now.
already moved in there. We've signed a lease. What does it matter? But I loved it. It was really good. Before you hear from Nick Saban, LT is going to tell you about the great folks at Nut Dust. We're at that part of camp where it's hot out there, man. We're getting ready for those first few games, and you got to be dusted up.
You do. I talked to our friend Chris Brown. He's on family vacation, Hilton Head, Myrtle Beach, somewhere in South Carolina. But he said this morning he heard our friend Marty Smith on a local show there, and he was talking about Nut Dust on the show. It's making its rounds. You need to purchase a bottle of this. There's body powder, then there's Nut Dust. It's clean, all natural, and 100% talc-free body powder for men and women. It's born from necessity by 2 kilt-wearing Scots who knows what's what when it comes to keeping your essentials clean and dry. Again, no talc, no preservatives. Available in 2 sizes for a great sense. For more information, officialnutdust.com. And remember, for the launch of the next round, they have created the coupon code NR20. So go to officialnutdust.com, put in NR20, get 20% off your entire purchase of Nut Dust.
Boy, 20% off. NR20.
That's it.
Is the promo code there when you go through checkout and get 20% off. Do that today and help us with our sponsor right there. A little help on the defensive side of the football for the Crimson Tide of Alabama. Christian Harris has been fantastic at linebacker, and he's played many roles for Alabama. But he is best when he can just worry about Christian Harris and not having to worry about the other 10 guys on the field. Enter Henry To'oTo'o from Tennessee. Nick Saban last night after practice on what Henry To'oTo'o brings to the table and why he may be the key, his brain anyway, may be the key to Alabama's defense being the best in the SEC.
Yeah, well, I think what Henry's done is let Christian play his more natural position, which is will and money. He can play Mike, and he's a very good Mike. But Henry's a signal caller. He's been a signal caller. Having experience at doing that is very helpful. It's less of a burden on other players on the team. I think it, helps everybody on the team when you have good communication, especially at the linebacker position. It's a little bit like the quarterback on offense. And Henry has done a really, really good job of that. Christian is capable of doing that, and we have every confidence that if he needs to do it, he can do it. But I think the combination of those 2 guys both being able to do it is very, very helpful, especially when it comes to making adjustments and fitting runs and being in the right spot and coverage. So it's been a very, very positive thing for us.
We all think Alabama's defense, which, by the way, played really good down the stretch last year and helped win the national championship. We all think that defense is going to be really, really good this year. And I do believe Henry To'oTo'o is the key reason why, having everybody fit with those run gaps, having everybody on the same page. Listen, Brown, it doesn't have to be the right play call from Pete Golding as long as all 11 guys are on the same page.
Nick Saban is on the show tomorrow. He's going to join us on the show tomorrow, Nick Saban is. I will ask him.
Bold statement. I like that.
Oh, it's bold. I mean, it's confirmed.
Yeah,
Dunaway's always
cautious.
Dunaway lives yellow light. If Nick Saban tells you he's going to be on the show, do you believe Nick Saban to be a man of his word?
I'm not doubting Nick Saban's ability to be on the show. I'm just wanting to make sure technically we are sound and we get Nick Saban. Okay.
What do you have to worry
about?
about?
Why do you worry about stuff like this?
I don't know.
So anyway,
remember, you can
Nick
download
Saban,
the first hour of the show right now.
Nick Saban will be on the show tomorrow. And I will ask him. I don't think he'll answer. I think he'll, do kind of what Nick Saban does. He doesn't like to make these comparisons. Do you think it's the best set of linebackers he's ever had on one team?
I will tell you how he'll answer that.
He won't answer it. I mean, he'll give
I think
a nice answer.
Look, we've had a lot of great linebackers come through this university, and I think it would be disrespectful to give this group who hasn't even played a full game together.
But certainly our guys are, he'll compliment them too. But do you think it's the best set of linebackers he's ever had?
I think there's potential. I think SEC Media Days, we went through kind of an over-under of all 12 regular season opponents. Alabama gives up over 19 points per game last year. I think it's going to be in the 14 to 15 range. And with that offense, the offense, you guys will give me, probably takes a couple of steps back. Defense is better this year, though.
I'm going to throw out my 4 from one team. I'm going to throw out Dante Hightower, C.J. Mosley, Courtney Upshaw, and Nico Johnson. That's pretty good sideline to sideline right there.
No, that is. I mean, right now you would take those 4 over these 4 because we haven't seen them. But I'm with Brown. I think the potential for these 4 could be the best ever. I think Will Anderson is going to be that guy.
Let me know.
Really breaks out.
Let me know, YouTube live chat. Do you take this year's linebacker over the 4 I just gave you? Dante, C.J., Courtney Upshaw, and Nico Johnson. That's the 2011 linebacking core.
Well, that 2011 defense was awful good.
Well, the 2011 defense gave up 11 points per game.
No, I think it was 8. It was 8.
Was it 8?
Yeah, I think it was, Lance. I could be wrong about that. You got Phil Steele over there. I may be wrong.
No, I tell you, the 2017 was under 12 per game. Yeah, you're right. It was
8 a game.
I think. Well, I don't have it, but I think it was 8 a game.
Yeah, I think it was. And still lost a game somehow, by the way.
Yeah,
in the game of the Citrus.
Well, you think about this defense is going to be better than last year's version. At least it should be. And really, there were only 2 meltdown games for the defense last year: Ole Miss and Florida.
No, you're right about that. Yes.
And I don't.
That skewed a lot of what you think about them.
I don't really consider, and I may be wrong, I don't consider Florida a meltdown. I think Florida's offense was that good. I think Kyle Pitts was that much of a headache for any defense he played against.
I get it, but still 46 points.
They made the stops when they had to win the game.
You can't win a lot of games giving up 46 points. Now, they scored 52 and ultimately, obviously, won the game.
Yeah. I love what Henry To'oTo'o brings to this team. Nick Saban loves it. And I think that just frees up Christian Harris to go with what Will is doing at his position out there on the edge. I love what this defense is going to be able to do. Now, is it going to look like 2011, Brown? No, because football has changed.
Well, no, you'll never have that again.
Right. But it's going to, at times, I think, feel like a little bit of that 2011. And, I do think that Ole Miss game is circled.
Well, I mean,
for that defense,
yes.
I don't know if it's circled in the entire football complex, but I think when they walk into the defensive meeting rooms, there's a little Ole Miss circle on there for that game from last year.
I mean, it is a bold, often dumb statement when you say something will never happen again. I am willing to say, because the way offense is played now and the way the rules of the game have changed, you'll never have a defense that gives up 8 points a game.
Yeah. Robert agrees 2011 until 2021 proves it. Hard to compare the linebacker era there, says Joey. Chris is one of the guys who is frequent in our live chat. I won't give his last name, but he says, I'm probably the only doctor right now in your YouTube live chat. Listen, Chris, don't doubt the greatest viewing and listening audience in the world that has traveled with us all over the time slots that we've been in over the years. We have fantastic listeners and viewers and listeners. But Chris, you are a doctor, you say. So here's my medical questions, 2 of them. The first one is, the yellow banana I ate the other day, is there a chance that because it was not as ripe as the quarterbacks at Kentucky, that it has shut down my digestion?
So you have not shat that out yet?
I am not. Day 3.
Wow.
Day 2.
Well, I mean,
we're going to have ornery Jim tomorrow if you're back on set without that.
Tomorrow?
Well, if I look a little bloated today, I just wanted to let you know why.
I thought that the gut came back from what Wimp said yesterday.
Yeah. All right. I cannot believe I'm about to ask this question live on our show.
I was up a half pound today.
Not that. How often do you normally go between?
At least once a day.
So really, you're normally a once a day guy?
Yeah.
That is alarming.
Is that not normal?
I can't swear that I'm a once a day guy.
I'm sometimes twice a day.
Oh,
Well,
I'm not
there
saying
are-
I'm limited to one. I don't shut it off.
There are
I go when I
times
have
when
to
it's
go.
multiple, but
Yeah.
I can't promise you I've gone every day of my life.
Yeah,
I have what they call issues.
Yeah, Rockstar's like a supermodel.
Yeah. I have
I mean,
problems.
he craps pellets.
Yeah.
And that's like once a week.
He's like a rabbit.
A couple nugs.
All right, so what's,
Yeah, loud music makes Rockstar go to the bathroom.
okay, so what's that question number 2?
Question number 2 is, does anybody else's eyesight, like, go in and out? Like, some days it's really good and some days it's not really good? Like,
I think you're dying.
no, I can see. This is like a miracle. It's our first miracle on the next round. I can see today. I don't have my glasses
I'll
on,
tell you what
and I can
happened.
read the writing
That-
on the sheets.
Those damn lights that Forrester flashes, that's blinded us all.
No, I'm telling you, I can see now. The glasses are off. Now, I can see better with the glasses on, but
You know what I thought happened? Here's what I thought
I
happened.
mean, Dr. Chris, can sometimes does your eyesight go in and out? Like you have good eyesight days? and-
Ophthalmologist.
You don't know that? He's a doctor.
You know what I thought happened? And I'm being 100% honest. I saw you do this. When Charles came on with us, I was doing a live read for, who was I doing the live? Oh, Greystone Chiropractic. And I saw out of the corner of my eyes, Jim reach up and ease his glasses off and lay them down. And as I'm reading it, I thought, Dunaway thinks Barkley is going to say something and this video is going to go viral and he doesn't want to be seen with glasses on. That was 100% what I thought happened.
No,
Yeah.
no, no,
100%, yeah.
no. It dawned on me when I moved over to your seat,
Right.
and I had left my glasses over here,
That you can see now.
that I was like, oh wait, I can see my notes enough to do this without glasses, and I do think I'm more handsome on the show without my glasses
I
on.
think
Anybody
that's-
else agree with that?
That's a given, yeah.
No, nobody jumping onto that. Thank you, LT. The show's brought to you in part by our great friends at Simpio. Listen, if you're ever going to just jump out on a leap of faith and start your own business, our friends at Simpio, the people you need to call first.
Yes, Dunaway, they are one of the fastest growing companies in the Southeast. Simpio has brought a concept to Alabama that many were unaware existed, and it has taken over the state. Simpio takes care of the BS in every office. When a business joins Simpio, they take care of the 4 pillars: compliance, HR, payroll, and benefits. We are speaking from experience. One of the first calls we made was to Blake Patterson and his team at Simpio. When your company joins Simpio, you gain access to health care and employer benefits at prices only large organizations get. On average, Simpio is saving companies of all sizes and industries over 18% net of their fees. You can join Simpio any time of the year. There is no annual contract. That being said, Simpio, in over 3 years of business, has a 99% retention rate. Call the guys today, 205-635-7467 or Simpio.com. That's Simpio.com.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, for the best pizza in Birmingham for lunch or dinner, make it Slice. Go see the Bajaga brothers, Jeff, Jason, and Chris. Slice Pizza and Brew is as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. 2 great locations, Lakeview and Vestavia.
At M First, you always come first. Ryan Brown here for the next round. This is especially true in the M First Summer of Freedom. That's why M First is offering their very best rates to members right now, so you can hit the road and see it all with an even lower auto loan. And while you're feeling so free, you'll get even more for free from M First, like free gas when you refinance your car, free rewards on checking, and the chance to get more free in giveaways and prizes. M First is making your summer freer than ever, because this is your summer, the summer of freedom at M First. For more information, visit amfirst.org/promotions. This is available to qualifying members only. Certain restrictions apply. AmFirst is an equal housing lender, NMLS 403456. Federally insured by the NCUA. No purchase is necessary. For complete offer details and rules, call 1-800-633-8431 or visit amfirst.org.
The late summer weather is perfect for a stop at Timberline Golf Club. The Jerry Payton designed course was voted by Golf Magazine as one of the best courses you can play in Alabama. A short drive from Birmingham on I-65, exit 228. Get tee times at timberlinegc.com or call 205-668-7888. Great playing conditions year-round, and ask the pro Joe Cruzy about the TrackMan driving range, where you can use the same technology as the pros. For lessons and tee times, it's timberlinegc.com.
Here's a riddle for you. What has 4 walls, 1 owner, and could solve your financial woes? Your home. That's what. If you're looking for a potential way to turn your home into a hefty payday, a cash-out refinance with Mortgage Right is the way to go. A cash-out refi can improve your interest rate while tapping into your home's equity, freeing up cash to pay off debt and lowering your monthly payment. Solve the riddle of your financial woes by visiting mortgageright.com to get started. NMLS ID 2239.
Let's kick off the college football season together. Join us Thursday night, August 26th at Walk-Ons off 280 and 119. I'm Jim Dunaway. The entire team from the next round will be there starting at 5 p.m. The next round kickoff will have great food and drink specials from Walk-Ons and our friends at Redmond Vodka, plus our magnet schedules, souvenir cups, and logo t-shirts while they last. A great way to watch that opening Thursday night lineup of college football. It's August 26th from 5 until close. The next round kickoff at Walk-Ons.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Cowan Equipment has had the honor of providing heavy equipment solutions to Alabama contractors for more than 80 years now. With one of the largest and most diverse heavy equipment rental fleets in the Southeast, stocked by Volvo Construction Equipment, Takuchi Mini Excavators, track loaders and skid steers, Groove and Cabelco cranes, Doosan portable compressors and light towers, Indico breakers, and much more. Cowan is your one-stop shop for all your heavy equipment needs. From short and long-term rental options, flexible rent-to-own, or straight purchase options, parts in stock and service you can depend on, let Cowan show you what it means to have a trusted partner who will keep you ahead of the game. Call Cowan at 800-239-2694 or visit cowan.com. Again, where you can always expect extra effort when it comes to your heavy equipment needs, call Cowan, the name you have trusted for decades, 800-239-2694. Or visit them online at cowan.com.
Next round rolls on, presented by Bud Light. You see the big Bud Light signs in our studio. You'll also see in a second the big Birmingham Racecourse Casino studio signs right here as well. And in a second, it'll roll to Vulcan Tire. They're our show sponsor every Thursday as well, and we appreciate Vulcan Tire bringing us 3 and out every day. Vulcan Tire, one of those great shops, and we ask you all the time, go and support our sponsors. They are the reason we are here and have the ability to do what we are doing. So support our sponsors, whether it's a great NR20 when you're ordering nut dust, or whether you're going to eat chicken at Champy's or any of our other great sponsors, and that includes getting great tires and great auto service from our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Yes, 3 and out brought to you by the team at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. It's still hot out in Alabama. Drop by any of those 4 locations of Vulcan Tire and Auto for one of their AC checks to make sure you've got the fluids under the hood to stay cool behind the wheel. 4 locations and online, vulcantireandauto.com. So our preview team today, as I wait on.
I think the one person I forgot to tell we were doing 3 and out was Rockstar.
That's right. Hey, Rocky. How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. Good day.
So our team we were previewing today, the North Carolina Tar Heels.
Number 9 in our 40 and 40, yeah.
More impressive, what Mac Brown did at Texas. He did win a national championship, or what he has done in his combo stops in Chapel Hill.
I think maybe it was his combo stops in Chapel Hill. If you remember his first stint in Chapel Hill in North Carolina, what got him the Texas job?
I think he won 10 games twice.
I think he did, and they were always, Lance, 10-1, and that one was Florida State. They would get to the end. That's back, you kids, that's back when Florida State was dominating the ACC, not Clemson.
The late Bobby Bowden.
Yeah, the late Bobby Bowden would always beat him, and it seemed like for 2 or 3 years in a row, well, it could have been 2 or 3 years in a row, but I remember one Saturday night prime ESPN game, North Carolina hosted Florida State.
The great voices on that Saturday night ESPN broadcast.
Ron Franklin, Mike Godfrey are there, and you're like, this is going to be the year. Mac's finally going to get it done. And as I remember it, and my wife, who is listening right now, will roll her eyes at this because I'm going to look it up. As I remember it, 23-3. Florida State beat North Carolina. And you're like, they're just never going to do it. It was Mac Brown and Carl Torbush. You remember Torbush was the defensive coordinator? So I would go actually his 2 stints at North Carolina, what he's done there.
I think I would too.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy to say that, and I have all respect for that, but, I mean, a national championship at Texas. The other one was when? 1970? So even though Texas is a great program with great high school football, apparently it ain't easy to win a national championship at Georgia and at Texas. So I'm going to go with his Texas time is going to be just a slight hair ahead of his North Carolina time.
Second down.
Who retires first, Mac Brown or Jim Boeheim?
Jim Boeheim. Now, Jim got through coaching his son. Little Boeheim's not back, right?
I think Buddy is back.
Yeah,
Buddy's back.
Buddy didn't go to the league, I don't believe.
Okay, well, as long as Buddy's playing, Jim will keep going. Eventually, he will shut it down. But Buddy has made Jim Boeheim extended his career. I mean, Buddy and that crew helped him out a lot last year. And I'm going to say Boeheim retires first. I think Mac has 5 years left in him at least.
Because Mac Brown just changed back to that North Carolina job, I think I'll say he holds on longer. And I mean, he's winning too, so that's going to invigorate him some.
I just wonder if he goes out with Sam Howell. Like, I could see
Maybe
this be Mac's last year because Mac will be 70 this year.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Boeheim holds on longer.
A lot of good coaches are 70, LT.
Oh, I know that.
Yes, one of them.
But a lot of 70 looks different than other 70s.
It really does now, doesn't
One
it?
of those 70-year-olds will be on our show tomorrow.
That's right.
Third down.
What happens first? North Carolina wins an ACC championship in football, or the Panthers go to the NFC championship game again?
I think I'll go Panthers to the championship game again.
I love Matt Rule.
I do too. In truth, 3 and out. This is a neither in true 3 and out fashion, but I think I'm going to go Panthers.
But
I would go Panthers.
If Sam Darnold, and he's been sort of under the radar in camp so far, see some stories about him, but with all the rookies and other
true.
stars,
You
you haven't heard a lot about
yeah.
Sam Darnold.
Coming up in fourth down, by the way.
Yeah, I think Sam Darnold, if they get that right there, the Panthers, I'm going to go Panthers, could get there someday.
Fourth down.
A more total touchdown. Which Sam has more total touchdowns in the regular season? Sam Darnold or Sam Howell?
I got to tread lightly with my answer, Brown. It'll be a stake bet.
There's no doubt. I'll go Sam Howell on that one. You tread lightly there, Jeff.
I'm going to go Sam Howell as well. I have learned that the college quarterbacks, they score more there than they do in the NFL. A lot of field goals.
What you've learned that.
I think there's a good chance Carolina, get a clean read here, will be the best team in the NFC South this year. And I will take Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold more total touchdowns in the regular season than Sam Howell if you're willing to go a stake. And I do think Sam Howell coming into the season is the best quarterback in college football.
For a stake bet?
Yeah.
I'll take that stake bet. Absolutely. That is 4 downs. Yeah, that's 4 downs brought to you by Vulcan Tires. Keep those lights rolling, man. I love them.
Or 3 and out, Dunaway. 3 and out brought to you by Vulcan Tire and Auto. As the kids are back in school or off at college, make sure they'll be safe back on the road. Take their vehicle by any of those 4 locations of Vulcan Tire and Auto to get a look at those brakes, wheel alignment, tires, and more. They can do it bumper to bumper for you and your family. 4 locations and online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
I only say this to show you what my wife has to put up with. That game was 20-3, not 23-3, and it was in 1997. How I remember stuff like that is remarkable.
As long as you got her name right, that's the most important part. And
She
that
loves
is
me anyway.
our number 2 of the next round.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Think about this scenario for 1 second. You get out of bed in the morning, walk in a room, the first thing you feel is water under your feet. You got a leak, you got a problem. You may think your first call is the insurance company. You're wrong. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Your first call is Dry Tech Water Restoration. They respond quickly. They'll replace reply within 20 minutes, likely you're talking to an owner. Dry Tech Water Restoration does not work for the insurance company. They work for the customer. Remember this website, mydrytech.com. That's mydrytech.com and Dry Tech Water Restoration.
The next round kickoff party will be at Walk-Ons on August 26th. I'm Lance Taylor. Join the entire next round team starting at 5 p.m. We'll have food and drink specials from Walk-Ons and our friends at Redmont Vodka. The next round kickoff, Thursday night, August 26th at Walk-Ons off of Highway 280 on 119.
I can't say it simpler than this. Way to Wellness saved my life. I'm Jim Dunaway, and the Way to Wellness program helped me lose 45 pounds and get my blood pressure and cholesterol in check. You can do it too. Go to the website, aplanforme.com. No cookie cutter plan. Everything is designed for you. The program is overseen by board-certified professionals. There are no contracts, there are no sign-up fees, and you get a free consultation. The website is aplanforme.com. Tell them you want a plan like Jim. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account. Have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 great locations right here in Birmingham. The team at Vulcan Tire and Automotive, they feel it's important for you to know they don't employ any salespeople or technicians that are incentivized with your commissions. When you are getting your vehicle serviced, the team is only incentivized to take care of you and your vehicle. That doesn't happen everywhere, but it does happen at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Again, 4 locations right here in Birmingham, Hoover, Moody, Trussville, and Gardendale. For more information, Vulcan Tire and Auto.com. No one does happy hour like Twin Peaks. Whatever your preference, we have everything from tequila cocktails and an extensive bourbon category to local craft beers and handcrafted whiskey cocktails. And don't forget about that 29-degree man-sized drafts. It's Twin Peaks at the Patton Creek Shopping Centers. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Caliber Sports in Homewood. Caliber is an elite hunting store in Homewood, fit for any adventure. Caliber offers high-end specialty products you won't find anywhere else in the Southeast. World-class firearms, whether you're looking for old world charm or modern power and precision, our friends at Caliber have you taken care of. Men's and women's apparel, outdoor gear, and brands such as Gentel, Duckhead, Orvis, Onward Reserve, and more. Stop by, see Jake and the great staff at Caliber Sports in the heart of Homewood. For more information, caliberxl.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
And as always, hour number 3 is brought to you by our friends at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. More with them in a second after I give you the headlines. Are you excited about a little Patriots-Eagles tonight, Brown?
Do you? I don't know who's starting for the Patriots. Is it still Cam?
Yeah, Cam will start tonight.
Okay.
And I think Cam will play a quarter, and then I think you'll see second, and this is my guess, second and third quarter, Mac Jones, and then Brian Hoyer will mop it up in the fourth.
What about it on the Philly side? Is it Jalen Hurts?
It's going to be Jalen Hurts, right?
How long do you think he plays?
I don't know. That's what I was going to point out is that you might actually get Jalen Hurts versus versus Mac Jones, which it was the Alabama quarterback NFL matchup you never thought you'd see, right?
Yeah, exactly. Of that quarterback room.
So I don't know that those two will be on the field at the same time, but that is pretty crazy.
Patriots and Eagles tonight, 6:30 NFL Network. 3 full weeks from tonight before you get the opener of the NFL season. Lock on that game later on?
No, well, I've got that game will be on the card tonight. I've already got it out, but that will not be the lock.
That will not be the lock. You get a free play later on, but lanceslock.com for that game. Other football news, Scott Frost saying yesterday that all the use of analysts and consultants were in the best interest of his players, of their health and well-being during the pandemic. And that's about all he would say yesterday in a news conference about the NCAA investigation going on there in Lincoln. Ed Orgeron says Miles Brennan could be back mid-season, latest the bye week before Alabama, if you think Miles Brennan factors in at all to LSU's quarterback play this year. Bad news over at Georgia. Tight end Darnell Washington, DB Tyree Smith, both with foot injuries, both missing a couple of weeks, several weeks. We don't know, but all of a sudden injuries starting to be a concern for Georgia going into that Clemson opener. And that's our headlines brought to you by our friends at Champy's Chicken. Win your tailgate this year with my friends at Champy's Chicken right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster. It's the Champy's Chicken. They are world famous for their fried chicken, but also they got po' boys, they got the tenders, and you can get a little bit of the taste of the Delta, the Mississippi Delta, with the best tamales I've ever tasted, and chicken on a stick, just like you're driving through the state of Mississippi on the way to a good SEC game. All that online. You can see their menu at champy'schicken.com, champy'schicken.com, or stop by and see them for Blues, Brews, and Birds right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster. It's Champy's Chicken. There is a push now to take taunting out of the National Football League. And I want to start by saying I enjoy celebrations. I like it when you can get excited about a sack. I grew up with the New York Sack Exchange and all their antics they did. I grew up with the Smurfs, with the Redskins and all their antics that they did. White Shoes Johnson, when I was even smaller, doing his touchdown dance with his legs. I like that in the National Football League. I don't ever want any of that to go away. But they're starting to crack down and wanting flags thrown on taunting. Where are you guys on this? We see the smack talking and all that more in the NBA. How much of it do you want in your NFL, guys?
You know, I had a conversation this morning coming in between Keyshawn Johnson and Troy Vincent. I just stumbled across that, by the way. But they were both talking about, organically, taunting is good. It's fun to watch. It can get to a line where it's crossed, but this is just part of the game.
Yeah, I'm not saying I want more of it. Like, I want more taunting, but what I don't want more of is penalties.
Right.
In the NFL.
Yeah,
or in college football, for that matter.
But I really did, when Tyreek Hill was giving deuces to your Tampa Bay Bucks and doing a full front flip into the end zone.
Yeah.
And this goes back to, and I forgot who used the acronym, the No Fun League, when, the NFL started to really get involved with these celebrations.
Jerry Glanville? Did he do that?
It might have been.
Yeah.
But now Ron Rivera has jumped on board of John Mara, the owner for the Giants, and talking about that this needs to be cut out and young people don't need to see this. I totally disagree. I'm with you. It's supposed to be fun. There is a line. I think the officials can know when that line is crossed. You give somebody a warning if they continue to cross it. And they pointed out the Bengals and Steelers. We remember that playoff game where it got really nasty and ultimately led to a brawl. And then we saw it with Cleveland and Pittsburgh as well.
But in that game, LT, that was different. You had a linebacker who was headhunting, right?
Vontaze.
Yeah, so he was headhunting. He was trying to hurt somebody. There are rules for that. And there's rules for taunting. But how are you going to throw a flag if a wide receiver and a DB who are going at each other every day and a DB makes a play and knocks one down and says something, and then the receiver comes back and gets into his mask, and then they're jawing back and forth? Dude, that's just what's going to happen on a day in, day out when two great players are going head to head for 4 quarters.
I agree, Brown. So Ron Rivera, who was on the competition committee, here was his quote. He was asked about the emphasis on enforcing taunting. Quote, taunting is not a good look, and quite honestly, we don't need the young people seeing that. We want to put it out there as professionally as possible. I like Ron Rivera. I respect him. I respect the battle that he just went through, the job he was able to do with the Washington Football Club last year.
And I feel the same way about the Mara family, too, in New York. Yeah,
they're a class act. But come on.
Yep. There's a lot of other nuances of the game I want to worry about more. Do a better job calling pass interference. And don't worry about what people are saying. You know what I'm saying?
I think it was Rockstars Lions preseason game the other night. I'm not going to know the player. I can't remember if it was the Lions, so I'm not going to know the player.
But
Did
it was
you see
a game.
the play?
No, I've seen just a clip of it. I wasn't watching the game, but I've seen the clip, and this is where this all jump started off.
Yeah, guy moves the pile like 3, 4, 5, 6 yards. They finally drag him down, and he gets up from the ground and is just he's kind of looking down at the defenders on the ground, basically telling them, I just
moved the – there's 8,000 of you are on me, and I carried your entire team 6 more yards.
That's right.
I'm going to stand up and show my muscles.
I was just your dad.
Yeah.
And they flagged it.
Look, I know a lot of penalties are objective, but this becomes way too objective.
Yeah.
No, I agree with you. I don't like more penalties, and that's what we're going with this. There are going to be more penalties.
If Gronk catches a touchdown and spikes the ball and it just happens to be in your direction after I beat you for a touchdown, I'm sorry that hurts your feelings. But that shouldn't hurt your feelings as much as I just put 6 on you.
Yeah.
So don't flag that kind of stuff.
Do you guys remember, this is a random play that you may or may not remember. It was a Giants-Eagles game years ago, and Deshaun Jackson was back returning kicks for the Eagles. And the clock was down to nothing. The Giants couldn't run it out to get to overtime.
All you got to do is punt it out of bounds.
Do you remember this play?
Oh, yeah.
And so they punt it to Deshaun Jackson for some reason. Deshaun Jackson goes like 75 yards for the touchdown, and like the last 10 yards, he's running backwards and is basically taunting the entire Giants team. He should. The Giants were idiots for kicking to him, and he just ran it back to win the game. A walk-off punt return. You never see that in football.
Yeah, I'm watching the play that you were talking about. It was actually the Colts and the Panthers.
Okay, my bad.
Yeah, and so
got some of the colors right.
Well, I did.
I don't even
Panthers
know
helmet.
This is in the second half, so I don't even know who the running back is here. But anyway, he drags about 4 or 5 Panther defenders, and he just gets up, and he's more excited for himself. He does look down at the pile, but they flagged him 15, and this is what we're going to get more and more flags this year.
Don't want it. Listen, college is one thing, and college is becoming less this way because it is now professional. College used to have this sham of amateurism that was around it. It's professional now. College football is professional. So maybe I'll even lump it in with the NFL. But when it's guys that are getting paid to be out there, let them police this themselves.
That's right. They take care of it themselves.
Yeah.
You smack talk me, and I knock the you-know-what out of you next play.
Yep.
That's what you get for talking to me.
I think that's what they're afraid of, though. I think they're afraid of taunting, going over that line, retaliation.
Well, that's when you flag it, and that's when you fine guys. You flag it and you fine them, and if it's so egregious they need to be tossed, like Burfict was in the game you were talking about earlier, you toss them.
As we do our update here on YouTube Live, it's brought to you by our friends of Lanyas. Brian said, did Dunaway just get taken and suckered into losing a stake because the Panthers play 17 games and the Tar Heels only play 12? I get the postseason, too. That's the way we...
No. We said regular season.
Well, that's the way we always equalize the college
we
draft.
said it. We can go back and we can listen. I said 17-12 regular season.
So, I did get suckered into it because, it's fair to do it that way for 12 years.
No, I
do
said
it for 12 years.
I'll read it again. I'll pull the copy. I'll read it again.
It's fine. I'll win it this way. But 17-12, we've always gotten the postseason on the college side when it comes to wins.
We're not even positive Sam Darnold's going to, A, stay healthy, B, be the starting quarterback.
Same way with Sam Howell on the health thing, but that's fine. We'll go 17-12. That's fair.
No, it's not.
I didn't know we'd ever get that desperate with you being 4 down that we'd be working
Flag
in
on
some
taunting.
fine.
Flag on taunting.
Yeah. Let me get my glasses on next time.
I just want anybody on here. Everyone heard me say regular season.
They did. That's why they were commenting in YouTube.
No, they
Live.
heard me say regular season. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's why they were commenting, and I was just going to correct those there that our stake bets are always on the NFL and college.
Right.
You get the postseason in college because the schedule is so different. It was a stupid bet on my part to take a guy who's going to play 12 games and not the guy who's going to play 17. You were right. That is a bad one on me. Brian, thanks for commenting there. That comment and a lot more brought to you by our friends at Lanyas Furniture, a short drive to get some great furniture.
Yeah, and John Lanyas, longtime friend, longtime sponsor. I played on our basketball team, Rocky. You remember back in the day?
We were what they called legit.
Lanyas is kind of tall, though.
No, but Lanyas is pretty good.
He was a big man.
He was old school, man. He'd throw those elbows around. Anyway, Lanyas Furniture, 4th-generation family-owned furniture store located on the main street right there in Warrior, in business since 1934. John wants to remind all of our viewers and listeners here on the next round that they are loaded with inventory that is ready to deliver, from Lazy Boy,
Flex Steel, Bernhardt, Bassett, and many more great brands. Wherever you are throughout the state of Alabama, make that drive to Lanius Furniture and Warrior. Make the purchase, and they will deliver quickly. Unlike other furniture stores, you will not have to wait on in-stock items. Trust me on this. With almost 30,000 square feet of showrooms, Lanius Furniture is sure to have exactly what you want. For more information, check them out online today. Go to LaniusFurnitureCompany.com.
Okay, 2 more things from YouTube live in the chat up there. Tim says it's 56-3 and your third string scores again. Is that considered taunting, running the score up?
No, you should stop them.
Yeah, but I think he is showing the...
Is the Lambeau leap taunting?
I mean, to Rockstar's point.
Technically it is.
Well, they did point out, Ron Rivera and John Moore are talking about this. If you're excited about a play, if you're celebrating yourself, if you don't bring the opponent into it, it's not that big of a deal. So I think the Lambeau leap would be a little different.
Keep in mind, though, we all lived in an era growing up where in college football, if the crowd got too loud, the quarterback could step back and tell the official, I can't hear, and the official would stop the game.
Which only made the crowd do what?
Get louder.
Yep.
And it was such a stupid rule. Yep. I mean, you're playing on the road. It's supposed to be hard.
And at some point, you know what the official ended up doing?
Yeah, he told him, you got to get back under center.
Get back up there, son.
Yeah. But do I remember this wrong? They would warn the crowd sometimes. I think the official would come on the microphone and warn the crowd, you've gotten too loud.
I don't know if we had the technology for the official to do it at the time, but the PA announcer would go, please quieten down.
Yeah, and then everybody just go nuts again.
What did he say?
Official Legion Field time is to be quiet. And I'm all for this. Listen, if we want to do this every day, for every 200 likes, I eat a piece of fruit with the peel still on it. Sure, if we want to do that on YouTube, I'll do it. I don't have a cutie today to eat with the peel on, but
that might help you chat.
but keep liking those things. Don't hold up that banana. We're getting closer to the brown on that one, though. We hold on.
It is a squishy.
Yep, is it?
I told these guys I'm starving, so I might eat that banana.
Eat that banana.
No, hold on. If it gets to the brown, I'll go banana number 2 at some point, as opposed to going 2 after the banana.
Right, so if it's 200 likes on the YouTube live today, you'll eat something?
Yeah, I think it was Mark who said, hey, if we get 200 likes here, Dunaway will eat a cutie with the pill still on.
Hey, there's Rocky.
Yeah, Rockstar.
We promise a Rockstar cam.
Rockstar cam coming up, yeah.
Look.
Save it for Dunaway. We're going to get 200 likes on this.
That's getting closer.
Take the peel off, it's really good.
Yeah. No, but you see why it gets brown is the juices are seeping through it.
It's disgusting.
So there you go.
Is it true if you put a green banana in a brown bag, it will get riper quicker?
It will because of.
Come on, scientists.
Do it that way.
Because of because of the lack of sunlight.
It has to be a brown bag.
The international sign for lack of sunlight is.
One other NFL thing I wanted to bring up as the NFL returns for a second exhibition weekend. And Brown, I had mentioned this to you as we were coming back from commercial break. So if you could remind me what it was.
Tua versus, or not Tua, Mac Jones versus Jalen Hurts?
No, it was Todd McShay's top 50.
Oh, Todd McShay's top 50, yeah.
I had forgotten for a second because I was caught up on the banana. Todd McShay has his top 50 out. And LT, you were surprised at the lack of Alabama players on his top 50 prospects coming out. And Brown joked, this is by far Nick Saban's least talented team.
That's right. He's got no talent, man.
Well, I did find it interesting. He's got quarterbacks at the top. He does point out, hey, look, the last couple of years, I didn't have Burrow in the top 50 2 years ago. I didn't have Zach Wilson in the top 50 last year.
Probably didn't have Mac Jones
No doubt he did.
His top 2 are Spencer Rattler and Sam Howell, quarterbacks. Now, Derek Stingley is number 3, and we all agree could be the best player in college football. Kayvon Thibodeau, who we've talked about from Oregon, is 4.
How about his NIL with United Airlines?
Pretty good deal there.
Yeah. Kayvon Thibodeau?
Yeah,
so they're going to be
this week.
I've heard, because we've all talked about possibly going to a game in Eugene. I think a lot of college football fans would like to see that campus in Autzen, but it's difficult to get there. So they're going to be doing direct flights from Eugene to away games from Oregon.
Yeah.
So that's what he's going to be promoting.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. But I think if I'm him, hopefully he gets, as part of his NIL payment, I can fly anywhere United flies.
Oh, you want that, wouldn't you?
Because I've always wanted that ability, not just in the United States. Like if Delta said, Jim, we love the next round so much, you guys can fly anywhere Delta flies. I mean, we'd hardly ever have a show again. Everybody would be on vacation all the time.
Malik Willis is 7 on the list. So I'm through the top 10. No Alabama. Keaton Slovis, number 11, by the way. Yeah. Through the top 15, no Alabama.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Desmond Ridder, 19. Disagree with that.
Wow. Still no Alabama?
Through the top 20, no Alabama.
Wow.
21, no Bama. 22,
news.
23. 24 is where you find your first Alabama player. Would you guys like to guess who Todd McShay has got? Draft-eligible guys coming up in 2022.
It's got to be Evan Neal. Is he draft eligible?
Yeah, Evan Neal is draft eligible. And I would think it's Evan Neal, but it's not. It's Jordan Battle.
Ooh, I was actually going to go Josh Jobe. I was going to go to the secondary with another guy.
28, Alabama, DJ Dale.
Okay.
I'm moving down.
You know who gets no respect? Keep going.
John Mechie is 35.
I was about to say, you know who gets no respect? John Mechie.
And there's a few receivers in front of him.
Yeah.
I think that might be it. No, I do think. No, Christian Harris is 44, and that's it. No Evan Neal, no Will Anderson.
Is Evan Neal draft eligible?
Those linebackers that I said might be the best Saban's ever had. And what, you got one in there?
No, I think this is Evan Neal's third year, is it not?
Yeah. I am, boy, I'm really surprised by that, man. I mean, you just get so accustomed to opening that story and seeing 15 Alabama guys in there.
Well, maybe that's why he doesn't do it, because maybe it becomes so redundant with so many Alabama players, and some of these other fan bases get sick of reading about Alabama players.
Well, maybe that's it. I don't know. But boy, I tell you what, John Mechie does not get a ton of respect.
So you've got both Ohio State receivers, Chris Olave and Garrett Wilson. Based on on-field production, I don't have a problem with those guys.
Those guys are fantastic.
They're in front of John Mechie, and I'm trying to see some other wide receivers that are, but they are both in front of Mechie.
Todd McShay's story at ESPN.com. You can check that out. Trash is coming up on the next round with LT. Part of our show today being brought to you by the wonderful folks at Nichols.
Nichols Outfitters, Dunaway knows it's time to be getting outdoors. And right now, when you get outdoors at Nichols Outfitters, listen, NicholsOutfitters.com is the place to go. You've got a browser open right now. Don't turn us off, obviously. But head over to NicholsOutfitters.com and see everything that they have got to get you outdoors. They are your outdoors partner right off I-65 in Pelham. NicholsOutfitters.com is the website, NicholsOutfitters.com. And go ahead and look and see what you can get at Nichols Outfitters. Exit 242, I-65 in Pelham. Visit them in-store, online, NicholsOutfitters.com.
So Chris Olave, Garrett Wilson, and Drake London, the only receivers in front of Mechie. And I do agree with Drake London. Told you guys last year, reminds me of Mike Evans.
Yeah, USC wide receiver, for those that don't know, with Drake London. When we come back, other things we don't know. The next round's Trash with LT is up in the next segment.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Let's kick off the college football season together. Join us Thursday night, August 26th at Walk-Ons off 280 and 119. I'm Jim Dunaway. The entire team from the next round will be there starting at 5 p.m. The next round kickoff will have great food and drink specials from Walk-Ons and our friends at Redmond Vodka, plus our magnet schedules, souvenir cups, and logo t-shirts while they last. A great way to watch that opening Thursday night lineup of college football. It's August 26th from 5 until close. The next round kickoff at Walk-Ons.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at HydroLife Therapy. Boost your immune system today with HydroLife Therapy. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. Mention next round at checkout. Save 20% off any service at the Birmingham and Tuscaloosa locations. If you're unable to make it to HydroLife, a nurse can actually come to your home or office. You can visit them online today, hydrolifetherapy.com. HydroLife Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood 9 to 6 and Tuscaloosa 10 to 6. Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency.
Stay up to date with the next round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
That sound means someone got great advice. Always have a good plumber on standby. For me, that is Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing. Jeremy Purvis and his team can handle commercial and residential plumbing needs, and they give you free quotes. 205-516-4927 or ironmountainworld.com. They handle all your plumbing and jetter services. They'll do everything from drips to new fixtures, and they are licensed, bonded, and insured. ironmountainworld.com. Just drain it.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
The Next Round kickoff party will be at Walk-Ons on August 26th. I'm Lance Taylor. Join the entire Next Round team starting at 5 p.m. We'll have food and drink specials from Walk-Ons and our friends at Redmont Vodka. The Next Round kickoff, Thursday night, August 26th at Walk-Ons off of Highway 280 on 119.
Back with you on the Next Round trash segment in just a second. This hour always brought to you by my friends at Champy's Chicken. High school football cranking up this weekend. If you're heading to any game in Shelby, Jefferson, Bibb, or Chilton County, grab some Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Take it to the game. Had one of our listeners yesterday. Well, I wish I had it pulled up right now. One of our, actually, he was viewing us over on YouTube, and he sent me a picture from outside of Champy's Chicken. Let's see if I can find it real quick here. He got a 16-piece to go. It was Brian. Brian says, hey, man, 16-piece to go. Love it, Champy's Chicken. That's what we want. Support those sponsors. Highway 119. You can swing by and order ahead and go through their easy drive-through right there. It is Champy's Chicken online, champyschicken.com. Before we do trash on the table, Braves win again last night. Freddie Freeman, the second career cycle. And Brown, for those that are new to the show,
a cycle is when you have a single, double, triple, and
for those that are new to the show, a cycle impresses you more than a no-hitter.
Yeah.
I
would say a cycle is much more difficult.
Yeah. Me too. Second career cycle for Freddie Freeman last night, and Shohei Ohtani had his 8 innings of pitching, 8 strikeouts, and he hit his 40th home run of the season.
That also more difficult than a no-hitter.
The guy is amazing. The best thing to watch in baseball right now. Braves are hot, by the way. They've won 5 straight, 13 of 15. Tampa Bay beat Baltimore again. They've won 14 of 15 against the Orioles this year. Yankees finished another win over the Red Sox, which was the lock yesterday. And the Yankees win. The Yankees now the team right behind Tampa in the American League East. Those are your baseball headlines as we get to trash. That's brought to you by Mortgage Right. You'll get a little insight on what Mortgage Right can do for you after Rockstar hits the big button.
Thank you very much for giving me this. And I appreciate my fans also. My wife and my girlfriend. My wife. Sorry to say. I'm so sorry, my wife.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Yes, if you're looking to purchase or refinance a home, act now before those rates go on the rise. With locations nationwide, lending directly to home buyers, our friends at Mortgage Right, they remove the speed bumps on the road to home ownership by cutting out the middleman, ensuring that fast, worry-free process. Visit mortgageright.com to get started. That's the right way to do a mortgage. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender. We start first, kind of a lengthy story that Rockstar has put together here. I'll try to cliff note it.
Is that a compliment?
No, it's a good story. No. It's a good story. And it's kind of an update here. You guys remember Lady Gaga's dog walker, Ryan Fisher?
Yes, the guy who had to defend a dog kidnapper from trying to take the dogs at one point.
He took them.
So he has decided to leave Hollywood to embark on a journey towards spiritual healing.
Okay.
Now, I take you back to February 24th. Fisher was walking Gaga's French bulldogs named Miss Asia, Koji,
and Gustav one night in L.A. Well, it was on February 24th. He was shot in the chest. Two of the dogs, Koji and Gustav, were stolen. Fisher was rushed to a hospital, underwent surgery. Thankfully, a few days later, Gaga's dogs were returned safely. This is how this reads.
Yes.
Obviously, he survived. Anyway, he's had some bad months, and he decided to jump in a 1991 Ford Falcon rental.
Good luck.
And travel cross country. He said he wanted to say goodbye just to the Hollywood life. However, days ago, he said that he had to say goodbye to the vehicle that was filled with me, Trudy, quote, and 3 stuffed animals that resemble dogs that I care very much and way too many personal items. He has now set up a GoFundMe page in which he is asking for the public's help and donations. He shares how he's felt, quote, scared and lonely during his journey, at times feeling abandoned and unsupported. He also talks about depression, self-pity. Anyway, he wants money now.
If you think he is broke. If you think the 1991 Ford Falcon is some elaborate car like a 63 Mustang that everyone wants, it is not, Brown.
No,
It
that's a beater.
Yeah, it looks like what two New York police officers in the 90s would have gotten some black coffee and some donuts and did a stakeout overnight in a bad neighborhood. That's the kind of car you would have right there.
It's definitely a beater.
This is a weird story. You can be buried in a crypt next to Hugh Hefner and Marilyn Monroe right now.
Next to them or in between them?
I don't think they're. It's kind of like I think it's just like 2 or 3 above Maryland.
Oh, really? So 2 up and 1 to the right?
Yeah.
Kind of grazing. What do you think this would cost someone, this plot?
Well, it's probably a pretty hefty fee. I don't know. Marilyn died. Didn't she die broke and destitute? Am I wrong about that?
I think you're wrong about that.
No, she died on the bed. I know that.
Hugh did not.
She was on her back a lot.
She was.
I would say this. I think that's the perfect spot. Listen to me here. For whoever is the best.
If you want to get a glimpse of hell.
No, the best seat, like the best seat filler at those award shows in history of the Oscars. You know, they always have people that run down and fill people's seats while they're backstage before they perform and stuff.
Being positioned between those two.
They should give this. They should
They
should start an award and give that to the best seat filler ever in the history of the Academy.
Well, this is just dumb. Your corpse can lie in close proximity to Marilyn Monroe and Hugh Hefner for eternity for $2 million.
Such a deal. You're going to be buried at close proximity to Maryland.
Here's how this worked. The space is located at Pierce Brothers Westwood Village Memorial Park in L.A., where celebrities including Natalie Wood and Truman Capote also buried. The space is 2 spots down from Monroe's, with Hugh Hefner in between them. Now, the granite crypt plot in question was purchased in 1997 by theatrical composer and lyricist Jerry Herman, known for his work on Hello, Dolly and some other things.
Hello, Dolly.
Now, Playboy publisher Hefner paid $75,000 for the plot to Marilyn's left and was laid to rest there in 2017. Hard to believe he's been gone 4 years.
Let me take that shot. Which camera am I trying to hit?
Go left. Your left.
Oh,
in
right
between
them. Right height,
you could not do that again if you tried. He passed away in 2017. Marilyn's right side neighbor, a producer of Hollywood memorabilia collector by the name of Tom Gregory, put his plot up for sale for $699,000 in 2014 after he bought it a decade before for $350,000.
Is this something you would do? Like, if you had the money and you saw that Marilyn Monroe and there was an empty spot between Hefner, like to invest? No, not for you. To invest, like going, I'll buy like a domain name. I'm going to sell this eventually. I have the money to do it, and somebody's going to want to be in that crypt. That's what this guy essentially did.
I was just reading about her death. It doesn't say if she was poor and destitute, broke and destitute, but it does say that Joe DiMaggio actually arranged the services. I didn't know that.
He was in the mix. He was in the
there's
lineup.
no doubt he was in the lineup. Yeah, I think he was batting 5th.
Well, you had the Kennedy brothers.
Yeah, maybe.
She was married to the writer of I always forget his name.
I got her Wikipedia page open. She was married? I never knew she got married.
She was married twice.
She was married to James,
Ernest Hemingway.
James Doherty? Is that who you're talking about?
No.
Arthur Miller?
Arthur Miller, the guy that
Arthur Miller.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, she was so Joe DiMaggio was he hit second in that lineup. He was her middle husband.
Well,
she was married 3 times.
He might have let off.
She wasn't very good at marriage. Her first year marriage lasted 4 years. Her second 1 year to Joe DiMaggio, and then her last marriage 5 years.
Well, she didn't even make it to the movie that she starred in, 7 Year Itch.
No, she did not.
It does seem like she played a lot of day-night doubleheaders back then.
Oh, I bet she did. This is an interesting article. Rockstar has put this together, what it was like to be an inmate at Alcatraz. I've
great.
I've never been to San Francisco, and I really want to go. And I want to go to
The two
Alcatraz.
a little different. San Francisco, good trip. Inmate at Alcatraz, not so good.
But would you not say that when people, there probably are three things. People want to go to wine country. They want to check out the Golden Gate Bridge, and then probably Alcatraz.
Crazy story. I think the two guys you're sitting next to have a picture of the Golden Gate Bridge.
We do.
Not a picture.
Before they went to TGI Fridays together.
Not a picture, Rockstar. We have an album.
Oh my.
Of pictures.
You know what? We ate at a place. I want to say, and I could be way out of school here, but she was an intern at the time with us. Actually, may have been a producer of the show. Our good friend Laurel, I think, suggested a restaurant that we ate at, and it was overlooked Alcatraz. It was fantastic.
It was good.
I remember they brought clam chowder in a sourdough bread bowl, and I devoured all of it.
You ate the bowl?
Yeah, oh yeah.
We were hungry.
I was starving.
Okay, here's what it was like to be an inmate at Alcatraz. First one, there was a 1 inmate per cell rule. Inmates at Alcatraz, which had a capacity of roughly 330 men, had individual cells. This allowed for safety and privacy, and as much as one could have them in prison.
I honest to goodness, if I had to go to prison, I would prefer the one
I
cell
would too.
room.
Danny Dufresne, man.
Yeah.
That's what they said, that George Machine Gun Kelly was at Alcatraz, and he saw having a single cell as an advantage because it prevented the unwanted advances.
Yeah, that's exactly
Yeah.
right. I want to be able to, if I'm going to sleep, I want to be able to sleep.
Actually, I'm just going to say that is a positive for Alcatraz. I did not expect any of these to be positive.
Well, here's where it becomes a negative.
Right.
Cells were 5 by 9. They came with a cot and a toilet. That was basically it. They said they were so small. When Jim Quellen arrived at Alcatraz in 42, he recalled getting to a cell where he saw a, quote, steel bed, a straw mattress, and a dirty, lumpy pillow. He also noticed that the toilet had no seat, and there was only tap water, which was cold tap water.
You are in prison, by the way.
Yeah, it can't be perfect.
Yeah.
I'll take all that for a single cell.
How about this? There was a rule of silence until the late 30s. Now, the
I'm
first
all right with that.
warden at Alcatraz, James A. Johnston, I bet he was a mean bastard. He instituted a code of silence at the prison. Prisoners were only allowed to speak at meals or during recreation time. Johnston also allowed each prisoner 3 packs of cigarettes each week, prompting at least one observer to note that smoking was more common than talking. When I pre-read this yesterday, I was thinking to myself, like, I've never been a smoker. I've probably smoked a pack in my entire life.
Right. Altogether, you mean?
Altogether. I think I would have been a smoker in Alcatraz. There was nothing else
Well,
to do.
you probably had to do something to pass the time, yeah.
Now, to get around the rule, inmates resorted to using pipes between cells to communicate. The rule only lasted until 1937 because it was generally considered cruel and too difficult to enforce.
What the heck would you say on a pipe? I mean, what's so important? I'm going to communicate with a pipe. What am I going to say on a
still
pipe?
suck on your end? Bing, bing. Yep.
I think the way they communicate with the pipe now is just to the skull,
Yeah,
right?
I think so, right over the head. You know, we had a...
You still in there, Red?
We all had a coworker at one point who... I don't know what his issue was, but he had to spend time in the Jefferson County Jail. But he was allowed to do like 3 or 4 consecutive weekends. They let him out to go to work, but he had to show up late Friday.
Yeah, Friday and back to back.
And he would get out Sunday night.
He was an outpatient.
Yeah, basically. And I said, what was it like? Because you guys know I am terrified of going to prison.
Yeah,
I will.
that's your biggest fear.
That's my biggest fear.
Yeah.
And he said,
Rockstar's biggest fear is losing his teeth on strings.
That's apparently so, yeah.
It's a bad dream.
He said the worst part was the noise. He said, Brown, it was just so loud in there. So that was a good one.
Yeah, no, not back in the 30s.
No.
And finally, what it was like to be an inmate at Alcatraz. Many prisoners went mad from isolation. According to inmate Brian Conway, the monotony and strict discipline at Alcatraz drove 14 of the 317 prisoners, quote, violently insane during his last year on the Rock. He recalled that many more were going stir-crazy to compound the isolation and restlessness. Conway indicated guards would practice shooting at night, something that deprived prisoners of sleep, caused a great deal of anxiety. Conway described one horrific instance of madness among inmates. He said, convict working on a dock detail suddenly picked up an axe, laid his left hand on the block, chopped off every finger. And then he laid his right hand on the block and begged the guard to cut it off, laughing like a demon all the while.
Obviously, I can't do it myself as I now have no fingers on my left hand.
Oh.
Yeah, it had to get pretty tough there.
Real quickly, Reese on our live YouTube chat says most likely crime that you guys would commit. LT, you first.
Oh, it'd probably be something white collar, I guess.
I think we'd all go white collar.
AL.com called you the most blue collar guy on the show.
They did. Joe Goodman did call me that. My brother.
That forced him to build a chair up here, didn't it?
My brother said, "You know I love you, but what is this all about?"
Yeah. I thought it was a funny line from Joe Goodman.
No, it was very good.
Great
I know
humor.
Joe was doing a comedy column.
All right, so we know that pumpkin spice has been overplayed, right?
Yes.
Tax evasion.
It's almost that time.
Tax evasion for me. That's why I got my friend Perry Cronin at Axiom Tax Relief.
I never thought we would see this cross, though. Ramen noodles, did you guys eat them in college?
Yeah, absolutely.
I did not in college. I've had them since.
Yeah, we have pumpkin spice ramen noodles now coming this fall.
That doesn't
sounds awful.
That doesn't taste good at all or sound good.
Yeah, in a news release, quote, there's a fine line between genius and insanity. Care to cross it with us? Cup Noodles jumps on the pumpkin spice crazy train with a special pumpkin seasoning that's the perfect blend of sweet, savory, and spiced. Available in Walmart stores this October.
I'm going to pass.
Charles has you having time in prison for illegal sports betting.
That is not going to be long, by the way.
Yeah. Ben says, Jim, your biggest fear still going number one in public and a scout troop walking up on you on the golf course. Yes.
That is true. Yep.
It's a scary nightmare.
Our final story, trash. I didn't know this was a thing, Rocky. But this is the number one sign there's a snake in your house, according to experts.
Baby snakes.
Okay.
Now, when searching for food and shelter, snakes can and will slither their way into your house, and they're even more likely to do so when the summer turns to fall, which, by the way, is right around the corner. Despite being sneaky, however, this creepy creature tends to leave behind obvious signs that it has taken up residence in your space. If you hear mysterious noises in your house, you could have a snake problem. If there is a snake in your house, you may end up hearing it before you actually see it. Now, according to Jake Miller, pest control expert, founder of How I Get Rid Of,
Putting up drywall.
that hearing mysterious noises in small spaces is a common sign of snakes' presence, especially if, quote, it sounds like something you're not familiar with and it doesn't sound like your run-of-the-mill household pest like rats. Now, Michael Dean, a pest expert and co-founder of the landscaping website Pool Research, says that if you're dealing with a snake, these strange noises are likely to come from enclosed or dark spaces such as your walls, crawl space, flooring, or attic. Snakes are likely to make a crinkling paper noise or a slow-moving scratching noise similar to that of sandpaper.
If you find a snake skin in your attic, there's a chance there's a snake has been up there.
Oh, there's 100% a chance.
If you find droppings all over your newly laid carpet,
There's not a
you may have a snake in your house.
There's not a chance a snake's been up there. If you find a snake skin, 100% a snake has been up there.
And
if you find a picture of John Holmes, you may have an anaconda in your house.
That is trash. Brought to you by
our friends at Mortgage Right. If you're looking to purchase or refinance a home, you need to act now before those rates go on the rise. You need to do it with our friends at Mortgage Right. For more information, just go to mortgageright.com to get started. That's the right way to do a mortgage. NMLS 2239.
One SEC coach who is being accused of not being engaged in his job. Is it real?
Oh, I literally thought you meant like supposedly he'd asked somebody to marry them, but he's lying about it.
No, engaged in his job, his occupation, his fan base. Alleged or real? We'll debate it next on the next round.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Wayne's, headquartered in Birmingham. They are committed to providing world-class service every time since 1973, serving over 100,000 families from businesses across SEC country, from Tuscaloosa to Auburn and Nashville to Knoxville, providing residential and commercial termite protection, pest prevention, mosquito control, and lawn care services. Put in promo code TNR for $60 off your initial EnviroPest service, 866-WAYNES1.
Let's kick off the college football season together. Join us Thursday night, August 26th at Walk-Ons off 280 and 119. I'm Jim Dunaway. The entire team from the Next Round will be there starting at 5 p.m. The Next Round kickoff will have great food and drink specials from Walk-Ons and our friends at Redmond Vodka, plus our magnet schedules, souvenir cups, and logo t-shirts while they last. A great way to watch that opening Thursday night lineup of college football. It's August 26th from 5 until close. The Next Round kickoff at Walk-Ons.
Life is full of questions, like, is it all right to eat the last piece of pizza? Is it okay to pee in the pool? Is it safe to say their outfit is a go while thinking it's a no? Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. There's no right answer for any of those questions, but if you're looking for top-notch mortgage advice, our friends at Mortgage Right have been doing mortgages the right way since 2005. If you've been on the fence about whether you should purchase or refinance a home, Mortgage Right can lend a hand and help you down. Go to mortgageright.com to get started. NMLS 2239.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
Greystone Chiropractic and their brand new facility in Tattersall Park is the premier family wellness office in Birmingham. Dr. Lee Goldenberg is committed to helping families unleash their unlimited healing potential naturally in a beautiful and stress-free environment. Voted best in Birmingham 3 years in a row, nominated for Shelby County Healthcare Provider of the Year. What sets Dr. Goldenberg and Greystone Chiropractic apart? Their attention to detail, their thorough approach with patients, and their excellent customer service. I trust my family with Dr. Goldenberg. You can too. Visit GreysstoneChiropractor.com or call 981-8090.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters. It's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Ryan Brown, Lance Taylor. I'm Jim Dunaway. Rockstar and Scott Forrester. You guys get on me about my lack of trips to the restroom. Scott Forrester used to be the greatest sports photographer in the history of Birmingham television, ABC 3340 and Jeff Spiegel. I think we've done 4 shows now. I've never seen him leave his seat and go by and go to the bathroom.
That's not true. I've run into him twice down there.
Oh,
He just went.
Scott, I
Did he really just go?
yeah. Scott, I apparently don't pay attention to you during
What happened to
commercial
that
break.
eyesight you were bragging about?
You know, Forrester's pretty new with us, and we've known him for a long time, and he's new working with us. He's probably right now, if I had to guess, thinking, they talk about going to the bathroom an awful lot on this show.
I think the older we get, the more we will as well, right?
You count on?
No, hey, so
I'll never forget going to my granddad's house, my grandma and granddad's house one time, and I went in the master bathroom to use the restroom.
Okay.
And there was a notepad on the back of the toilet that had little tick marks on it.
They kept a chart?
Well, yeah, I think he had to. I think it was some sort of doctor's orders. I mean, he was an old man.
So how many times do you guys get up in the middle of the night?
Once at the most.
See, it blows Jack away. Last night, I got up 4 times.
To go to the bathroom.
According to this. I only remember 2 of them. But
Oh, hell.
and I told you guys 3 weeks ago. Well, y'all
My
saw me
britches
live.
are wet.
I broke my toe on the side of the bed 3 weeks ago.
Right.
It's gotten a lot better, though.
Oh, it was on the side of the bed? I never
Yeah.
knew where you
Yeah,
broke
yeah,
it.
yeah.
I thought it was on a curb outside of Innisfree.
Followed the trail of blood.
No. But yeah, I get up, on average, probably twice a night, which is awful.
I mean, I'm a lot older than you. Not just older, a lot older than you. And one tops. Last night, not at all.
But do you go by that practice of don't have any liquids after like 7 o'clock?
I do not. I can't do that.
I have something, and I think you're the same way. I think we've talked about this before. I've got something beside me driving down the road, right here on the show.
Rockstar loves it when we do that.
Yeah.
No, I was going to say, Nancy and I have the same thing. We both have a fear of this where I always have to have something to drink, like
I do too.
by
Me
my
too.
bedside,
Yep.
or in my car, just in case. Like you always think, I'm gonna be choking on something. I'm not going to have anything to drink.
I don't have it by my bedside, but I've got one of those Yeti cups.
Yep.
That I drink tea in when I get home. That's all I drink at home. What?
Just a little bottle of tea. That's all I want.
No, it's an Arnold Palmer, technically. It's tea and lemonade mixed. And that's all I drink at home, right?
Funny, I'm drinking a John Daly, thanks to my friends at Redmond Vodka.
And I pour it out to go to bed. I mean, I drink right up till I go to bed.
Yeah, I do too. Usually it's water right until I go to bed.
Yeah, usually second bottle of wine for me.
Now I
pound
It is a
water
Tuesday.
all day. I really do.
I go full Tom Hanks in a league of their own right before I go to bed, though. I'll work at it for a good 15 minutes to make sure I'm on empty before I'll lay down.
You know the problem you're about to have if you do get up in the middle of the night, based on your new situation.
I'm going to walk into a wall.
You're going to be peeing in the shower. You're going to have to pee standing up.
Are you moving in with other females?
Yeah.
That's an Alabama men's clinic joke right there.
It's not even a joke. It's legitimate.
Good news is you won't roll out of bed.
You will have a kickstand.
You won't have to use your hands to open the shower curtain.
Yeah.
Maggie, watch this trick.
Ben says he would love to have heard the words flowing from Lance's mouth after breaking his toe on the bed. I can't imagine.
I'm not kidding, Ben. The next morning when I woke up, I knew it was bad, and I went back to sleep. When I woke up, it was the pinky toe on my left foot was black.
Yeah, it was. And he showed it to me because we were going somewhere. And I was over at the house. He goes, I think I broke my toe. It's black. I said, if it's black, it's not getting circulation. Is it deep blue or is it black? Because if it's black, it's dead.
Well, full disclosure, it was
like it's gangrenous.
It was a late night. We had some people over there, and fortunately, Nurse Sally was there, and she actually
She performed triage.
No, she pulled the toe out of. She popped it out.
Oh.
Boy, that Nurse Sally.
Yeah, the Heimlich just a couple of weeks
She
ago.
can do it all.
Dropping an IV on it.
Delivers bananas.
She told us the other day. Did she perform the Heimlich?
Yeah, she did. Yeah, she was at a dinner party. She started to choke out.
She was at the dinner party, performed the Heimlich. She had the same exact experience I had. I was at a restaurant with a friend, a really nice restaurant here in town, and this woman.
And by the way, I never want to see this. This would scare me to death.
It scared
and
me.
I would not want to be the one that has to perform the Heimlich. A lot of pressure.
This woman starts choking. She's flailing about, right? She's choking, stands up, knocks the chair over. Like everybody in the restaurant just stops and is watching. And somebody does can somebody call 911?
I'm still waiting on my sweet tea.
So I pull my phone out, but then I notice like 15 people are calling 911. So I just put my phone out, and you're helpless, right? What do you do there?
What if the other 15 people were recording it for YouTube?
Oh, I know. That's right. So somebody at the table stands up, his chair gets knocked over too, runs around, grabs her, and does the and then on the third one, you see you see it come out, right?
Steak? Was it steak?
I don't know what it was. I mean, I was across the restaurant, but you could see it. And she thinks, and everybody settles back down. Guys, no joke. She picks her chair up, puts her napkin back in her mouth, picks up her silverware, and starts back eating.
Yeah, what is proper protocol at that? Because
I don't think I start back eating.
Was at one of our former sponsors having lunch, and his boss starts choking out on the Salisbury steak.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
And somebody gives him the Heimlich, and once he recovers, he goes back to eating.
Yeah, I just don't know that I could go back to eating after almost dying from eating.
Usually when you choke like that, you cough for a long time.
I know. But I swear to you, this lady sat down, put her napkin back in her lap, and they just continue talking.
you went five bomb hands.
Oh, yeah.
Little steak.
Part of our show today being brought to you. I picture this now, since Sally does the Heimlich, brings this banana, does HydroLife.
Hey, she's watching us. Look,
and is now popping LT's toe back into place. I'm sure if you can't get Hemp Hill on the phone, you call Sally for your plumbing needs as well, right?
Hey, look, Hemp Hill, they are there. They're my go-to guys for all things heating and cooling. And thank goodness, recently I had to replace the upstairs unit in my house. They were there that day, professional, courteous, had the hot water explosion the other day. They came out that morning. They were there within an hour. Hemp Hill Services, they've been serving Birmingham since 1954. They're who Birmingham trusts. They're who I trust to do the job right and at a fair price. Hemp Hill Services, independent train dealer. They service all makes and models. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. Call 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
We'll unveil the new Daniel Moore print coming up at 12:24 on the show. You can see that and hear Daniel Moore coming up in the final hour if you're listening on a podcast on the show today on this Thursday. Paul Feinbaum earlier this week, our buddy, commented on his show that Mike Leach is not engaged really with Mississippi State fans in Starkville. He said, and I think the quote was, he would bet that nobody in Starkville really knows Mike Leach. And Steve Robertson, who writes for a Mississippi State version of 24/7 and or Rivals, one of those type pages over there, says that could not be further from the truth. And he cited several cases of Mike Leach being at a state fair, going out to restaurants, things like that shows that Mike Leach is engaged over there. I've got a friend whose daughter, Clara's in school over at Mississippi State multiple times, even riding down the road at a traffic light. She's shown a picture of Mike Leach, waving from the car next to him, posing for a picture at any time. The guy seems to be engaged when he's in Starkville. There was some talk early on when there was debate about whether they were going to play the season or not, that he was down in Key West and not in Starkville. When was he coming back to Starkville? But do you guys get a perception that Leach is somehow disconnected in Starkville?
No, and I think I might be higher on Leach than you guys. I think we all like Leach and we like how weird he is. I think everybody respects his offensive philosophy and the jobs that he's been able to do from Lubbock to Pullman, and now we'll see what he's able to do in Starkville. But he's a guy that seems like he's all in. I think the difference is he's more of a charismatic. Obviously, he's a little off.
Not your traditional Southern coach.
Well, guys like Dabo Swinney and Nick Saban, what is the name of the place in Florida that they cross paths sometimes, summer vacations?
Yeah, I can't remember the name
But
of
they
it.
keep that low profile.
Money Island.
It really is.
But Mike Leach is one of those guys that he would go to a bar, he'll belly up, and he's not afraid to have an engagement and talk to different people and stuff. And I think that's just becoming less and less common in today's coaching world.
Well, he's just, like you said, Jim, I think this jumped out at a lot of people that when the pandemic was going and teams had to be away, coaches were doing interviews and they were doing them on Zoom and they were in their offices. Mike Leach was doing his. He was in Key West. And
good for him, by the way.
Oh, yeah, but I mean, Mike Leach is he's always marched to a different beat. I mean, he's not your normal college football coach. He's not a guy that you don't perceive him sitting at the football facility at midnight watching film.
Yep, he's literally on a bandwagon after Mississippi State beat LSU in a promotional video.
He's not a traditional guy, and because of that, I think he doesn't look engaged. But he is who he is, and
that's what you hired. And you knew you were hiring.
Yeah, if you thought you were hiring a robot, you were not.
Yeah, you knew you were getting an eccentric personality with Mike Leach. 4-7 last year, 16 returning starters. I talked about this at SEC Media Days. They are going to beat a team or two they shouldn't this year. I think they could be one of the surprises. I think they could win 6 or 7 games this year.
Hell State. We love their defensive coordinator too, and it's
Will Arnett.
Will Arnett and the history that
Zach Arnett. Will Arnett's the actor.
I was going to say Zach Arnett, but you convinced me to go other way. Zach Arnett and Mike Leach has a history of having sneaky good defenses, and that could be one over in Starkville. All right, final hour of the show. When we come back, as you watch us on YouTube and every other platform out there, we're the Next Round.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Win your tailgates this year with Champy's world-famous fried chicken. Fresh to order and worth the wait, you can dine in or use their call-ahead drive-thru. At Champy's, you get Southern staples like chicken on a stick and Mississippi Delta homemade hot tamales. They're the best I've ever tasted. See it all online or order at champyschicken.com. You can mix it up with po' boys, tenders, and those full fried chicken plates. Right on Highway 119 in Alabaster, it's fresh and worth the drive on your way to the beach or the big game. Order online right now at champyschicken.com.
As the Tide embarks on their journey to the next title, celebrate with Daniel A. Moore's Tributes in Oil to the 2020 championship season. Unrivaled is Moore's commemoration of Alabama's national championship beatdown of the Buckeyes. And Heisman Heights portrays Devontae Smith's one-handed catch against LSU. Available individually or as a discounted championship season bundle. Visit DanielMooreArt.com or call 1-800-735-2787 to order your heirloom quality fine art print or canvas today.
One Man in the Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man in the Toolbox has the background to help you with almost any project. 823-2111.
Let's kick off the college football season together. Join us Thursday night, August 26th at Walk-Ons off 280 and 119. I'm Jim Dunaway. The entire team from the next round will be there starting at 5 p.m. The next round kickoff will have great food and drink specials from Walk-Ons and our friends at Redmond Vodka, plus our magnet schedules, souvenir cups, and logo t-shirts while they last. A great way to watch that opening Thursday night lineup of college football. It's August 26th from 5 until close. The next round kickoff at Walk-Ons.
After 40 years in business, Red Wing Shoes owner Steve Sikora has decided to give his stores a needed up-to-date look. The Hoover location now welcomes its customers to enjoy the ultimate fit experience. This updated showroom is now displaying the best Red Wing has to offer. Classic Pecos pull-ons, Red Wing heritage including the Iron Ranger, Irish Setter work, and trusted Vask outdoor footwear. And coming this September, the Trustful location will be moving down Highway 11 between Taco Mama and Metro Diner. Customers will love this updated cool look. Don't wait to visit the two new and exciting locations of Red Wing Shoes.
Take a second to listen to me. Do you have problems sleeping? Is your energy down? Your workouts not the same? Is your libido down? Your problem could be as simple as low testosterone. Whatever the challenge, the Alabama Men's Clinic has a solution. You can come in, get a medical consultation and blood work. If medically advised and you start your low T treatments that day in the office, your visit is free. Set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000 or go to the website alabamamensclinic.com. Another side effect could be depression, and most men wait a year or longer before ever getting tested. The goal line to better sleep, more energy, a rekindled love life, and more may be as simple as getting your low T checkup at Alabama Men's Clinic. Located in Birmingham to serve you. The number again, 205-598-7000 or one click at alabamamensclinic.com. That's alabamamensclinic.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Patriots Eagles tonight start off week 2 of the National Football League preseason. 3 weeks from tonight, we start the regular season. A lot closer to college football. 9 days away from week 0, down to single digits there. Your headlines this hour being brought to you by our friends at Michelson, where you can see clearly the football season's coming.
Yeah, again, it's been 19 years since I got the procedure done. Dr. Mark Michelson, a pioneer, the first to perform it back in 1995. I've still got the 2015 vision. His daughter now on site, also doing the procedure, Dr. Jen Michelson. To find out if LASIK is right for you, call Michelson Laser Vision today. Located at UAB Highlands, 969-8100. You can always visit them online. Go to michelsonlaservision.com. That's 969-8100. Football season is right around the corner. Imagine sitting there, you've got the contacts in. Don't deal with that anymore. Be looking at the scoreboard, all the plays on the field. See it crystal clear like me. Michelson Laser Vision changed my life. They could possibly do the same for you. Call 969-8100.
More baseball. Shohei Ohtani, 8 innings sharp, 8 strikeouts, and his 40th home run last night for the Angels. An amazing season for him. Freddie Freeman, a second career cycle. Last night, he doubled, tripled, singled, and homered, his 27th homer. Braves win again. They've won 5 straight, 6 straight now, 13 of 15. They're 3.5 games ahead of the Philadelphia Phillies. The Yankees beat the Red Sox again. That has become a norm for them right there. And other than that, you're caught up to date, and all the headlines will bounce around to the SEC again and talk to Daniel Moore and unveil his new Unrivaled unveiling a little bit later on in this hour. But I wanted to ask you if yesterday was the lowest point in Tennessee football history in your lifetime. Was yesterday the lowest point in Tennessee football history when Alabama, the rival, during our show tweets out that we've got some tickets that have been returned from a visiting team, and it's not one of the out-of-conference games. It's an SEC game. It's not one of the Mississippis. It's not somebody like that. It is from the University of Tennessee, where they have tickets available because the visiting team returned them, couldn't sell their allotment, and it's also homecoming for Alabama. And Alabama jumped knee-deep on social media, sending that out yesterday in a very shady way, or throwing shade in a very, flex muscle way. I was just wondering, do you think that's the low point so far in your lifetime of Tennessee football? I think it was for me.
It seems it gets lower and lower. We brought up the incredible stat over the last 10 years in SEC play. They're 30 games under 500 in conference play. It's been 14 years since they won 10 games in college football in a season. And I don't know about you guys, 10 games is a nice season for most programs. Tennessee, based on the Tennessee we grew up with, should consistently, at least every other year, be winning 10 games.
I would have to say, other than that, if you said, Brown, give me the lowest point you could remember for Tennessee football in your lifetime, would it be that loss to, was it Georgia State they lost to, Jeremy Pruitt?
Yeah.
And didn't just lose. That was kind of a one-sided game, wasn't
It
it?
was 2019. They lost 38-30, but they got.
Okay.
They were trailing wire to wire though.
Yeah. I mean, it wasn't like some fluke. Georgia State went in and outplayed them.
Yeah, but remember that was the year they started 1-4. They lost the very next week. The heartbreaking game to BYU.
Right. They had BYU beaten and got.
Yeah, and then they beat Chattanooga, but then they lose back-to-back games to Florida and maybe Kentucky. But they started out 1-4. The Tennessee we remember. I don't know about you guys. In the 90s, it came down to Tennessee and Florida, and whoever won that game was going to represent the East and then have a chance to play for a national championship.
There was early on when Nick Saban had it rolling on in Knoxville, and the whole fourth quarter was nothing but Alabama fans left in the stadium. And I know that has repeated itself several times since then on trips to Knoxville. But in that first one, that seemed like a low point.
So this was 2008. It's what got Phil Fulmer. And it's not what got him fired, but Mike Hamilton, who was the AD at the time.
Was it 8 or 9, whichever one it was?
It was 8 because 9 was in Tuscaloosa that Tennessee almost won.
That's right.
Lane Kiffin's 1 year.
Yep.
So it was 2008 in Knoxville. And at the end of the game, Mike Hamilton is on the field, and he starts scanning. And, of course, the orange had left because Alabama was dominating the game. And he noticed how many Alabama fans were there. He said this himself, how many Alabama fans were there. And not just there, but were there in big booster seats, big money seats. He would look up and he was like, my gosh, those seats are excellent. Those people are selling their tickets on the secondary market to Alabama fans. That's how bad this has gotten.
And that used to be a really difficult ticket to get. Again, back to the 90s, that was my favorite road trip in the SEC was going to see Tennessee and to see that sea of orange and just game day. It was so much fun. And I miss that. I don't know when it's going to come back. I know you're really low on Josh Heupel.
I am very low on Josh Heupel. I will not run from that.
I think Josh Heupel is going to do a okay job. I just don't know what he's got to work with, Dunaway.
Yeah, let us know either on Twitter. Brown is watching that at Next Round Live, or on our live YouTube chat what you think the lowest point in Tennessee history is. Charles goes, when Butch Jones called Tennessee champions of life was the low point.
That's
to him.
pretty bad. Pretty bad.
Does his dad still watch the games on the scoreboard?
No, he's moved to Jonesboro, Arkansas now. What kind of scoreboard
Well, I
setup
bet
they
his
got
dad
there?
hates that.
He
So
does.
he
All those
goes
mosquitoes.
From Knoxville to now he's got to hang out on the scoreboard in Jonesboro.
I mean, I think his dad liked it. He was an analyst at Bryant-Denny Stadium.
He probably did like that. Well, my son's winning some games.
Yeah, he's
Best
like,
seat he's
thank
ever
God
had.
I finally get to watch good football.
He's up on that scoreboard. He's like, I cannot see crap from up here.
Yeah, finally, we're in heaven.
Yes. That's good, Jim. So
Knoxville was purgatory, right?
I see now. Finally, I'm very quiet when I deliver a good line, and you guys actually acknowledge it's a good line. I'm very quiet.
Just made your day.
But no, I really soak it all in. Now everybody can see on the show how much I soak in when you guys like a line of mine.
That's it for me.
Go get stanza and just walk out.
So but a low point is because normally when Alabama sends out these releases, you can buy tickets to the Georgia State game or the Mercer game or somebody that on their best day was never going to fulfill the allotment Alabama was willing to send them, right?
That's right.
And Alabama knows that, and they know, hey, how many tickets you guys need? We'll sell 1,700. Okay, great, because we got a bunch of fans that can never buy tickets to the games. We'll sell the rest of them, all right? That's normally what happens. The fact that this was Tennessee, that's a surprise to me, Lance, because I'm like you. It has felt like even in the days when Alabama was no good and they were going up to lose to Tennessee, Alabama fans still enjoyed that trip. You know, they would go stay in Pigeon Forge, or they go stay in Gatlinburg, or they go stay in Knoxville.
It's a great trip.
It's a great trip.
So how many tickets did you guys say it was?
Well, they didn't say, did they?
No, they didn't. On how many they had returned, but the allotment.
It's the allotment 5,000.
There's a mathematic formula they use.
I think it's stadium percentage because don't they do it reciprocally?
Yep.
That they get the same percentage they send or whatever.
That's exactly right.
And I don't know what the percentage is, Lance.
A slither down on the lower bowl in the corner.
Basically where you put the band.
And then around the rim.
That's right.
At the
But
top.
if it was half, if it was 2,500 tickets going back, I mean, quick math.
Can't be that many.
Well, I mean, that would be $250,000 if you're doing a $100 ticket.
Yeah,
I mean, is it almost worth Josh Heupel and Tennessee getting together and saying, "Hey, look,
it's bad luck here.
Look, I'll take some of my salary and I'll buy some of these tickets back and let's keep this on the down low."
Yeah, just so we're not returning.
I'll buy the tickets and let's give it to a bunch of good 9th and 10th grade players who one day may come to Tennessee.
That's right. Yeah,
let's do it. Put it in an NIL package. Give us the lowest point in Tennessee history in our live YouTube chat. This part of the show being brought to you by our great friends at Wayne's. Listen, I just sold my house. I really believe one of the reasons my house sold is my yard looked better than it ever has looked before. That started when I started talking and working with Wayne's years ago. But this year they had it dialed in. They gave me mosquito treatments. I did not have one mosquito bite all summer long. Wayne's is headquartered right here in Birmingham, Alabama. World-class service since 1973. And listen, I've been with them almost my entire adult life, ever since I was smart enough to get that service. I got Wayne's back then. They're serving over 100,000 families and businesses across SEC country, watching us in Tuscaloosa, in Auburn, in Nashville, in Knoxville, all right here watching the next round, and they are available to get Wayne's, and you can too. If you use the TNR code for $60 off your initial EnviroPest service, $60 off, you just put TNR in the promo code when you're checking out. Promo code checking out TNR. It's going to save you $60. Here's the number to call. 866-WAYNES-1, 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 and tell them TNR on the checkout, saving you $60.
I got them coming out today.
Oh, they were at my house today doing the mosquito treatment.
Yeah.
They're
coming to my house, looking at my crawl space.
That's right. They're the only ones we trust on this show, man. The only ones we trust when it's termite pest control yard service. Hey, we're losing. It's the end of an era for Rockstar here. I was just noticing on one of our screens we had I had SportsCenter on earlier, and it swapped over to the baseball, Little League Baseball. Rockstar, they're doing all pre-produced video lineup introductions now. So you don't get the kid who's got the scratchy voice who loves Mickey Mantle.
They just do the whole lineup, all the kids just stand like, and then they do the dab.
No, yeah. It's like, they show the first baseman, he does a dab and all that.
My name is Terrence, and my favorite player is Stan Musial. Okay.
And then you always have the scratchy voice kid, right?
Yeah, my name is Sarah. My name is Travis. I was choked on that one. My favorite player is Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah. No, you would have gotten a lot of Shohei Ohtani, no
Oh,
doubt,
no
this
doubt.
year. No doubt about that. All right. Champions of Life is winning right now. Tommy Gallion serving Phil Fulmer.
Oh, that was
SEC Media
pretty-
Days.
Yeah, came and dropped it in his lap, didn't he? When he was on Feinbaum show.
Yeah, wait, and Fulmer. I thought
And
Fulmer didn't show up
no-showed.
for SEC Media. Yeah.
Yeah, Fulmer no-showed.
Paul says the circus around Jeremy Pruitt's hire was really bad. That's when it looked like it was going to be Greg Schiano, right? And
Clay got involved with that one.
yeah, that was a pretty bad one there.
Yeah.
Quentin says it's easy every time they play Alabama. 14 losses to Alabama now. That has to be a gut punch for the Vols.
Well, I never thought I'd live to see that, honestly. I mean, that has been a streaky series, but to think that in the entire time Nick Saban has been in Tuscaloosa, he's never lost. And he's lost to South Carolina.
Yeah.
And hasn't lost to Tennessee.
And that seemed like the maze for a minute that Alabama just couldn't figure out.
I
Tennessee,
know.
because it was such a roller coaster. Alabama
Yeah.
would go on a streak, and then Tennessee would go on a streak. In retrospect, do you think Clay would never admit it? Do you think he regrets getting Greg Schiano run off? Because
Greg Schiano would have been better than
I
Jeremy
think
Pruitt.
Schiano's a pretty good coach.
He
I don't know
is,
if
yeah.
it would have worked. His culture would have worked with Tennessee.
Look at how quickly he's got Rutgers winning some meaningful football games. By the way, Jason, with the low point, the fact that no Tennessee fan has ever called anyone on an iPhone to celebrate a win over Alabama is the low point in Tennessee history.
That is true.
Well, according to Clay, they have that fertile
What's the 300-mile
recruiting soil.
radius? Yeah.
It's like a 2-hour drive to anything.
Hey, I was in Legion Field in '95 when they finally broke that streak, and that's when Birmingham police were handcuffing Tennessee fans to the goalpost because they were trying to tear them down. I can't imagine what it will be like when they finally beat Alabama.
Well, hey, back to Clay. He's offered $100,000.
Well, that's true.
If it happens this year, Royal Payne agrees. A low point was the Schiano fiasco or surrounding Clay there for Tennessee football. I thought yesterday was one of them, though.
Yeah, it is.
When your rival's able to say, hey, they don't even want to come down for the game anymore. It's our homecoming game, and we've had some visitor return the tickets. It's Tennessee, by the way.
Jeff is right. Their lowest point might have been having to lower themselves to hire an Alabama coach and then having to turn themselves in just to fire him. That's so true, right? You hire an Alabama coach and you hate him so much you have to turn yourself into the NCAA so you can fire him.
Lock of the day every day on the show. We got football tonight. You'll get that play coming up on lanceslock.com. But the lock is brought to you by Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing, ironmountainworld.com. Jeremy Purvis and the crew. They take care of Brown's house. They took care of my house the other day. When you need anything residential, anything business, Jeremy Purvis and Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing can make it happen. And they can make you happy. IronMountainWorld.com is the website. Where are you going today?
So 3 consecutive winning nights for us at Lance's Lock. I don't know if Forster's going to love this. Oakland, which I think 2 weeks ago had won 8 consecutive games. They've lost 4. I've got your White Sox tonight. I'm playing the White Sox, laying 150, minus 150, kind of a big number there. The White Sox have won 3 in a row, 21 games over 500. I'm taking the White Sox minus the 150. The lock tonight.
And it's brought to you by Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing. IronMountainWorld.com. Just drain it. Good coach told me one time you always want a plumber on standby.
That's
Make
right.
sure it's Jeremy Purvis and Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing. Football returning tonight with the Patriots and Eagles, 6:30 on the NFL Network. My buddy John Willard, my golfing buddy, is up in Atlantic City. And he sent me a cool picture of the Landmine Next Round T-shirt on a boat on the shore of Atlantic City. And that's a good reminder wherever you go this weekend, take Next Round gear with you. Send us a picture, and we'd love to post that on our social media platforms. Or if you've just got one and want to throw it on and take a picture, send that to us. We love to repost those. But he also is playing a lot of golf while he's up there. Brown, did you know that Ron Jaworski owns a golf course company?
Jaws does?
Jaws does.
Right.
Ron Jaworski.
I did know that, yeah.
So
he-
it's like a golf design company or what?
I don't know. He just said, he sent me a text, a golf course company that he owns. And at his golf course companies, they have a drink that they serve in every bar. It's universal on a Jaworski course. Would you like to guess the drink name? It involves it's sort of a play on one of my favorite drinks on a golf course.
Well, you like the transfusion.
I like a transfusion. Now,
Connect
the words. What is the drink called?
A Jaws Fusion.
It's called a Jaws Fusion.
That's pretty bad, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's not bad. That's awful.
It really is bad.
It's
Don't know why you liked it, Katie
in
Taylor.
my neighborhood, it would be a Redmond vodka with the grape juice and ginger ale. And I don't know what vodka they use, but we'll try to get it Redmond vodka all over the country at some point. Jaws Fusion at the Jaworski courses. You don't like that?
I think it's pretty bad. I think it's a stretch. I mean, it's like, I'm trying to think of an example of how, I'll tell you an example of Bojangles. How like Bojangles likes to throw Bo into everything. No, that's why they went Bo Nix, which was smart, actually.
For big events, everybody tries to do a palooza off of Lollapalooza.
Yeah.
Remember Mitchell Palooza and Old School?
Everything was Palooza.
Yeah.
Our stock.
But I remember one time.
Every political scandal is gate.
Yeah, Bojangles had blueberry biscuits, and they called them Bowberry biscuits. And I'm like, yeah, it doesn't work there.
No, because I would have been debating, is that part of the boysenberry family? Yeah. Bowberries?
Boysenberry. Yeah. It's a very narrow market. You know what? There are people who want boysenberry biscuits.
I don't like boysenberries at all.
Yes.
I don't think I've ever had a boysenberry.
I don't even know if it's a real thing.
Yes.
But blueberries used to be real, right? It was a cereal.
Yeah, I like blueberry.
Blueberry, Frankenberry, Count Chocula.
And what was the werewolf?
Yummy Mummy, and then Fruit Brute.
Fruit Brute. They're bringing these back.
Yeah, well,
year.
they bring. I think they might be. Yummy Mummy was my favorite. They never.
It feels like Jaws, though. You're forcing that in there a little bit. The Jaws fusion.
One more, actually two more entertainment things here, real quick. Scarlett Johansson and Colin Jost.
Yep.
Their first child. Together.
Yeah, man. He's been on the show. He was really good with us, and I like him.
That shows you funny guys can run it.
That's right.
Yeah. You don't think? I thought Colin Jost was a.
No, he's a decent-looking guy.
A good-looking guy.
But I mean,
I think Scarlett.
Well, no, I went to that show when he did that one show at the Stardome, and I would say, no kidding, it was 88% female.
Yeah, but that was when he was already dating her, right?
Well,
so I think that.
No,
added
it
to
was
the appeal.
because we asked him about it. Yeah.
I mean, it was incredible. Like how many girls were at that show.
But to Lance's point, I'm just going to say I think Scarlett probably had her pick of the field.
Yeah.
I mean, she did not have to settle for Colin.
I worked with a producer, Kristen, who is now working in some. I assume it's Boise. I don't know how many other television markets they have in Idaho, but she's in Idaho working. She left CBS 42 to go there, and she's never commented about one of our shows ever, except that show.
The Colin Jost show?
Because she liked Colin Jost so much. She said, "Oh my God, you had Colin Jost on your show?" I said, "We've had Nick Saban many times." Yeah, but you
Does
have
he know
Colin.
Colin?
You have Colin on
What
your
jokes
show.
does he tell?
It's that big a deal with girls. One more, Netflix, The Crown. I stopped watching after year 2. Apparently still really good if you like that kind of stuff. They just sent out a trailer on the Princess Diana and what's her husband?
Charles, Prince Charles.
Charles, the season that's coming up, which is supposed to be critically one of their best seasons ever.
Do you know who's playing Prince Charles?
I do not.
Dominic West, the guy that played McNulty. We brought him up on the show from The Wire for some reason. The Affair.
The Affair.
Yeah, he was on. Yeah.
So he's now Prince Charles, which works out perfectly.
I thought Prince Charles should be played by Mr. Bean, Rowan Atkinson.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to say
Charles
that
is not a
Dominic,
good-looking guy.
Dominic West is so good in these roles of chasing Tell from McNulty to
He
The
cheats
Affair
in every episode he's in. Yeah.
to Prince Charles now.
Yeah.
There's got to be something there.
Yeah. One would have to think.
Would you be insulted if they're like, we're making a biopic about Prince Charles and Lance? You are the guy for some reason.
We looked at it.
You
We
are our
thought
guy.
it was you. Yeah.
All right, on the live YouTube chat and on Twitter, AWKAU, Trim Tab has a boysenberry sour. That is an amazing beer.
Okay.
Tim goes, as long as McDonald's doesn't start using the menu playoff of their name. Am I right?
McFusion?
Oh, McFusion would be a good
Yeah.
drink.
Okay.
Yeah, I like that. They make everything there. I don't know what that one means. Don't know what that one means. How about the picture of Freddie Kitchens and Pruitt at a Yankees game? Was that just recently? Because
I haven't
they're on
seen
the
that.
same coaching staff, right?
Yeah.
With the Giants. I have missed that picture. Pull that up for me in the commercial break, Rockstar. When we come back, Daniel Moore will join the show and we'll unveil, hopefully, his latest picture.
What in the hell were you looking at?
That's the 1991 Ford.
The Rockstar had a photo
track.
of
Falcon?
Yeah, it's the Ford Falcon.
Yeah, the Ford Falcon. All right, this is the next round. Part of the show is being brought to you by the great folks at Redmont Vodka. We were talking transfusions there a lot. Redmont Vodka is going to be with us out at the kickoff party at Walk-Ons coming up August the 26th. We're going to have some great Redmont Vodka you can sample out there for the kickoff.
Yes, looking forward to that. Locally owned and operated. Charles Barkley, who we had on the show earlier today, one of the great faces behind Redmont Vodka. Their aim is clarity and taste, color and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmont Vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides a smooth finish that doesn't have that harsh aftertaste. 8 times distilled, available at your local package and ABC stores. Also, don't forget about your new favorite, simple classic gin that is Vulcan Gin. It's also gluten-free and 8 times distilled. Fastest growing distillery in Alabama, now available in Georgia, Mississippi, we hear yesterday, Florida, New York, New Jersey, and Louisiana, soon to come.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
If you owe back taxes and are looking for a way out, I've got the answer. This is Jim Dunaway, and I've seen what ignoring IRS tax problems can do. There is hope, and it starts by calling my friend Perry Cronin with Axiom Tax Resolution Group. Let me explain 2 things. 1, the IRS is starting to take the gloves off again post-pandemic. That means they are getting more aggressive with their collection efforts. Don't fall victim to liens and garnishments. Call Perry Cronin today. The second thing is this. Don't call some national 1-800 number. This is too important for you to be just some other number. Perry and his daughter Teresa Cronin are tax professionals right in our area. You'll meet with them face to face and they'll give you a free consultation. Call 205-872-1100. That's 205-872-1100. Or the website 205tax.com. Perry Cronin can show you there's hope when dealing with the IRS. Visit 205tax.com.
My wife and I are getting the best sleep we've ever had, and it is all thanks to Sleep Outfitters. Ryan Brown here for the next round. It is so easy when you go to Sleep Outfitters and get that sleep outfitting done for you. We went to the 280 location, answered a few simple questions with their friendly staff, and in mere moments, they had us actually laying on beds to find the one we liked the best. That Tempur-Pedic adjustable mattress that we have, it's absolutely wonderful, and it's all thanks to the sleep outfitting at Sleep Outfitters. And now during Sleep Outfitters Labor Day Super Sale, save up to $800 on adjustable mattress sets from Tempur-Pedic and Stearns & Foster. This week only, get a TV valued up to $300, yours free with qualifying purchases. Plus, get any size mattress for the everyday twin size price. Choose from all Sealy Outfitters and Sealy Posturepedic models and get fulls, queens, and even kings as low as $349. You save up to $500. You can also get interest-free financing for up to 6 years on approved credit and free premier delivery with any purchase $5.99 and up. So don't miss the Labor Day Super Sale now at Sleep Outfitters, 6 stores from Gadsden to the Galleria.
Stay up to date with the next round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch. That's what you get at Walk-Ons. And now mix in the best atmosphere to watch live sports. Add that elite-level beer selection, and you've got a winner just off Highway 280 and 119. Happy hour at Walk-Ons is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account. Have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
You hear a lot of interesting phrases while playing golf, like, I think you're on the beach, or the classic, you gotta hit it, Alice. One word you're sure to hear right now at Bentbrook Golf Club is wow. Brand new carts with complimentary GPS, and the bent grass greens are so consistent, you just might drain a few more putts, Alice. Tee it up and find out for yourself. Book around today at bentbrook.com or call 428-1999. It's better at Bentbrook.
The next round kickoff party will be at Walk-Ons on August 26th. I'm Lance Taylor. Join the entire next round team starting at 5 p.m. We'll have food and drink specials from Walk-Ons and our friends at Redmont Vodka. The next round kickoff Thursday night, August 26th at Walk-Ons off of Highway 280 on 119.
Daniel Moore in just a second. I'm told that it is storming outside, and we've had a lot of storms in the last couple of months. So be careful if you are listening on the app and driving around. If you're watching on YouTube from home and you start thinking about your roof and you haven't had it checked since we've had all the storms in the spring and summer, I want to tell you about my friend Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. One of those respected roofing contractors. You don't find them everywhere. Greg's one of those guys, one of the most respected roofing contractors in the industry. And I've been talking with Greg for years and years, and you've heard me talk about Greg for years and years. And that's why I recommend restoration roofing, storm restoration roofing, to my friends. And I've done it a lot over the years, including to my buddy Rockstar. It's easy to see why this company is so successful. They've been locally owned for over 20 years. They have an A-plus rating with a Better Business Bureau. They have an A-plus rating with a Better Business Bureau, as I say that without a Southern accent. And they offer what I think is the best warranty in the industry. And to me, that's the peace of mind you need on anything when it comes to your home, the best warranty in the industry. And that's what Greg from Pell City gives you with Storm Restoration Roofing. If you haven't had your roof inspected in the last few years, especially after the recent storms, call Greg Nelson today, 205-542-3531 for a free no-cost inspection. You can also look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's that easy. Greg from Pell City with Storm Restoration Roofing.
Real quick, before Daniel A. Moore joins us, Blake reminds us, I don't know if you guys remember this one. I believe it was a Labor Day night Tennessee game, Georgia Dome. They had the trash can on the sidelines. You remember that one?
Banging the trash can.
You remember that, Lance?
Oh, yeah.
The guys he's holding up over his head. I can't even remember who they were playing. I think it was Georgia Tech. Daniel A. Moore joins us now, New Life Art, and he is a friend of ours and really is a legend around here. In fact, I remember the Alabama Sports Hall of Fame. I was there the night he was inducted.
And when they actually use your name in great moments in Alabama broadcast history, when they say, Daniel Moore, get out the paintbrush.
That's right.
You know you're a legend.
Yeah, he is with us now in the next round presented by Bud Light. Danny, what's up? How are you today?
Hey, guys, I am too blessed to be depressed. How about you?
Same way right here, man.
Absolutely, absolutely. I know we're going to talk about your new print and unveil that in just a few moments. But when Nick Saban got this job, you've made a really good living off painting moments, great moments in Alabama football. Did you think I've just hit the mother load with Nick Saban coming in?
Oh wow, yeah. I mean, I'll tell you what, he's been so good to me. He's been good to everybody. Incredible, unrivaled coach. 7 national championships. He's the GOAT.
Do you remember the moment when you knew this was your calling, and whatever that particular portrait was, that piece of work?
As far as Alabama football, I do remember it was maybe a combination of moments. I was working at Alabama Power Company in 1978 and 9, and when Alabama won the 79 national championship, the goal line stand, started doing some mail order advertising. And during lunch break, I'd drive down to the General Post Office and collect the orders. And I think maybe within the first week, I think I knew it was my calling. I was getting just little mail cubby box stuff with letters and orders coming in, and people loving it. So I would say I pretty much knew in 79.
In 79, the goal line stand.
Yeah, as far as Alabama work goes, but my calling into art. Oh, goodness, early. I think it's when I realized I wasn't good enough to play college football, it's high school football. But I said, I'm going to have to decide, pick up on one and let the other ride. And certainly it was an easy choice, to go into art, study it at Alabama, and get some painting done and Yeah, so it's been good. It's been a good journey.
It really has. In your next chapter, just unveiled, and it's unrivaled. And we're going to bring up a picture, a black and white version of that. But you tell me what are there any hidden nuances to this latest piece that celebrates the 18th national championship at Alabama? Because I know some over the years, some of the numbers have been arranged just right to tell a story.
Yeah, there's numbers in it, but it's not the jerseys. There's a lot of things in there, so they're so small that somebody's going to buy a print to get it.
Okay, I like that.
Smart marketing. I like that.
Don't give it away.
That's right.
Yeah, but I do have a lot of stuff in it, and unrivaled. You have an unrivaled team, an unrivaled coach. I would dare say that Devontae Smith is an unrivaled receiver that we've had, probably the best ever at Alabama, and arguably maybe the best ever in college football. I guess that remains to be seen, though. But he's been my favorite for sure. So, after 5.5 months of work on this, it feels really good to birth this baby. The baby's being packaged up right now to be shipped to California. We're going to have it scanned, and then we start the production on the print. But the painting is really about joy and the exuberance of mission accomplished, right? I mean, you've got over 100 teams that wanted to be in that very spot, and this team made it. So you look around at the people, and you just see that joy and the camaraderie that of being on the team, and that's kind of what it's about, man.
Daniel Moore with us, famous artist. He is with us on the Next Round presented by Bud Light. Those of you watching us on the video stream saw the unveiling of the painting. We have tweeted it out as well for those of you who can't be around video at Next Round Live. You can see it at Next Round Live. Let's assume you lived in a house that had room for one painting, and it was going to be yours. Which one would you hang?
This one.
All right, let's eliminate this one. Let's eliminate the last one. I know it's like picking a kid. I get it, but there's got to be one.
Yeah.
Like any, you talk to a restaurant owner, they can open 30 restaurants. Like I think our buddy Will Haver's this way. Like Will's got I don't know how many Taco Mamas. I don't know if you know Will. He's a good friend of ours. He owns Taco Mama. But I think the original one always holds a special place in his heart. Or Odie's,
It does.
Yeah. So which one?
So for me, the sentimental favorite of mine would be the goal line stand.
Okay, that first one then, right?
Started.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I guess that's the one that's got the most value to it, being the oldest, right?
What?
But some other ones that are favorites are the sack, maximum block. This one is too new to, for me to say that it's, it is my favorite or is my best, but it'll grow on me and I can make that determination kind of as I go. But I really like maximum block because of the composition of it. It's kind of it really makes an A if you look at it, and that was intentional. The figures sort of make an A, and I think I was at that game, and I saw it turn from definite gloom to this kind of exuberance that we've been talking about. So I don't know. That's a couple of them, but they're all my favorites, right?
That's right. Absolutely.
Danny, as Rockstar, have you ever been approached by somebody that has like a amazing picture of their middle schooler making a sack or something like that, saying, "Will you please paint this for my child and we can hang in our living room"?
Yes, similar.
Oh wow,
that is pretty crazy.
something close to it, yeah.
Have you had a play in sports, a moment that you really wanted to paint, but you ultimately didn't?
In my own sports experience?
No, just in just in any,
in
just the SEC in general.
Oh man, yeah. Gee whiz, there's really tons of them when you look at it, and so many areas of sports. there's so many that I just don't have time to sling a brush at them all. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely.
These things take so long. I have to be very selective. And then, of course, I'm an Alabama fan, right? And I do have Alabama as my best market now, the Alabama family. So there's so much out there that would make good subject matter. I just have to, pick one here and there.
If an old sportscaster like Jim Dunaway here Photoshop myself in place of Nick Saban in this latest Unrivaled, and has Landon Dickerson holding me up and everything else the same, would you sue me for that? Or I mean, that seems like something I would enjoy. Would you paint me in place of Nick Saban? I'd like one of those.
You could call it parody, right? So, there's no trademark or copyright infringement on that, right?
I love it. But this is beautiful, and everyone's reacting right here on our social media platform. Time to break out the wallet, says Ben. Sweet painting, Danny. Danny says, awesome picture, Daniel Moore. Danny is the GOAT of art for Alabama. You're the Tom Brady of art for us.
That's very nice.
Oh, that's very nice. I'm so happy that people like it. I mean, really, you never know, right? So I'm always praying that people like it. So that's why I always give it my best. I've been like 3.5 weeks of touching up and finishing up on this, and was finishing it up last night, actually.
If you're watching a big game, I mean, you're watching a national championship game or something like that, do you see the play? Does it register? Do you like, there's the play? That's the one I'm going to do.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, right away.
It's like let's see, T.J. Yeldon against
LSU.
Yeah. Yeah. That when I saw that play happening on TV, I mean, it was such a great play, for one. But then I saw the LSU defender flying, and this was a shot from the stadium cam or something, but it was different from what I wanted to do. But I saw a guy flying in there, and I thought, he's going just like Superman. You look at him coming in straight at you. So that was the fun part of that one, is showing him suspended in midair and just diving for TJ's ankles or whatever, but he missed. Thank goodness. Yeah, some of them are no-brainers. Others take a lot of thought, like this one, for instance. Knew I wanted to paint it, but it's like how, and to make it original. And I thought, yeah, it's such a celebration that I'm going to include the fireworks, confetti, and everything. And so most of the stuff is hidden in the fireworks. You just you wouldn't see it, and I don't want you to see it unless somebody puts their nose up to it. And that's because I don't want it to be like a Where's Waldo thing. I want it to be the art first.
You talk about how time-consuming these pieces are. When brush hits canvas, typically how long is that process?
This process was between 800 and 1,000 hours, give or take, because I don't log in my hours. Heisman Heights, I decided to paint it first after the season. I knew I wanted to do that. It's such an incredible play with Devontae snagging that ball. Honestly, during that play, I saw the release of the ball, and I thought, oh man, Max sailed it into the end zone. I really thought it was
a throwaway.
Out of reach.
Yeah.
And then when he got up there and got it and fell down with his feet in bounds and fell on his back, I thought, that's amazing. And then a little sweet touch on that one was his father was actually behind him, and he's included in the painting. And the jersey, after I studied it, and I'm just assuming because it had a 2018 national championship patch on the white jersey that his dad was wearing, that it was probably the game jersey that Devontae gave him after 2nd and 26. The game-winning catch.
How about that?
So that was. But anyway, we're talking about the time, and anyway, that one I knew was going to be maybe a quarter of the time I spent on this one, and I wanted to go ahead and get something out there, and I wanted to just go ahead and do that one first since it happened first logically. So anyway, then on to the Big Mama.
Yeah. Well, we'll tell everybody how they can pick this up and order that. But, boy, we appreciate your time and just watching our live YouTube chat blow by. Everyone appreciates your work, and same on Twitter at Next Round Live. So, Daniel Moore, thank you so much for sharing this unveiling with us today.
Well, I hope people enjoyed as much as I had fun painting it. It's really a pleasure and a privilege to do it.
Yep. Danny, thank you. Great talk with you as always.
Thanks, guys, for your interest.
All right.
And the good talking to you guys. And Rockstar, keep up the good work, sir.
Thank you, kind sir. I appreciate it. I'll try.
That's Danny's next painting, Rockstar. That's all we're calling it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Danny. Take care. DanielMooreArt.com, New Life Art. And you can actually see the black and white. We have tweeted it out as well, the full color version there. But right there at the top, due to volume of framed orders for the upcoming release, please allow 4 weeks after completion. So it's going to be a popular one.
The most amazing thing about this, you actually have a piece of art where Nick Saban's smiling.
That's right.
That is true. Good point.
It is right there. We appreciate Daniel Moore being with us. Part of our show today being brought to you by the great folks at Standifer Insurance Agency. Brown and I know a lot about Jessup Standifer and the great folks there with his Allstate group. Tell us more, though, Brown.
Well, Jimmy D, right now, auto rates have lowered 4 times in the last 12 months. That means it is the time to call Jessup Standifer and the Standifer Insurance Group. They have been serving the Southeast for more than 20 years. They have the right products and the right prices to earn your business, so call them today, 205-664-3200, or visit them on the web, StandiferinsuranceGroup.com.
When we come back with the final round of the next round today, Nick Saban on the running backs so far during camp. Here's a hint. He loves them. Roger McCreary, DB down at Auburn, right? Defensive star down at Auburn. Roger McCreary on the defensive coaching he's getting down there from Derek Mason and the crew. Here's a hint. He loves it. A very love-filled final segment next on the next round.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next.
Live until close. The next round kickoff at Walk-Ons.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
That sound means someone got great advice. Always have a good plumber on standby. For me, that is Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing. Jeremy Purvis and his team can handle commercial and residential plumbing needs, and they give you free quotes. 205-516-4927 or ironmountainworld.com. They handle all your plumbing and jetter services. They'll do everything from drips to new fixtures, and they are licensed.
It's not the will to win that matters. It's the will to prepare to win. Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round rolling on. Final segment here being brought to you in part by our friends at Mortgage Right today. Mortgage Right, where you can get a mortgage anywhere you hear or watch us.
Yes, done away you can. If you're looking to purchase or refinance a home, act now before those rates go on the rise. With locations nationwide, lending directly to home buyers, our friends at Mortgage Right remove the speed bumps on the road to home ownership by cutting out the middleman, ensuring a fast, worry-free process. Visit mortgageright.com to get started. That's the right way to do a mortgage. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
The Daniel Moore painting is unrivaled. It's about Alabama's 18th national championship. New Life Art is where to go. Why are you laughing about that?
Because our listeners are incredible people. Somebody has already photoshopped your head on Nick Saban's body. I mean, I'll get this to four. I don't think we can get it up in time. I'll see if Forrester can get it up in time because it is.
Oh my goodness, they've done it very well too.
Such a good Photoshop.
I mean, they've done that really well too.
Incredible Photoshop.
Like I want that so bad.
I know.
Wow.
That's all I
so
want.
Good.
That's all I want.
That is Jimmy Alabama right there.
Oh my gosh.
Just in a sea of crimson. Is that what you dream about at night?
I'm in tears right now. This is
tears.
Yeah.
No, if James Sr. saw that, he'd know you finally made it.
Wow. Where'd you get that picture? I don't think I've looked that good in years.
Oh, you're focused on how good you look at the picture? Brian Massey. I'll give Brian Massey an extreme shout out.
That's Michael Keaton from Spotlight.
Brian, man, thank you so much.
That is so good.
Look how big my hands are on Landon Dickerson's head there.
Well, that's Nick Saban's hand, Jim. I don't think they changed the hands, too.
Oh, man, that has made my day. Thank you.
I have no idea what our setup is. I don't know how quickly Forrester can turn stuff around like that and get it on the video feed, but it is so incredible.
We'll have it for you tomorrow.
So good.
On every hour of the show tomorrow as you watch it on YouTube Live. It'll be my screensaver tonight as soon as the show is over with. Rockstar, can you give me cut number 3? Nick Saban on running backs yesterday. Listen, Brian Robinson is the guy, right? I don't know. In fact, I know I would not bet him being the leading rusher at Tuscaloosa when the season's over with. Here's Nick Saban asked about, after practice yesterday, how he feels about the running back room this far in camp.
Yeah, there's a lot of competition there. I mean, I'm really pleased with, the guys at that position. B-Rob has, had a really good camp, did a nice job in the scrimmage. Jace, Roydell, Trey Sanders, all those guys really have been playing well and are playing well. And so I'm pleased with the progress that all those guys have, shown and, made in the spring as well as in camp. So, we're excited about that position.
So you don't think that Brian Robinson will be the leading rusher?
That was a weird statement
I
you just made.
I think someone else will end up being we used to call him the bell cow back in the old days of college football.
I'd be willing to do this, not trying to push you again.
Yes.
I will take B-Rob, and you get 2. You can pick any other 2. So you get 2 to 1.
Well, he doesn't get both their yards.
Well,
You're just saying they would be the leading rusher.
How about I just take that Brian Robinson is not the leading rusher?
No, I mean, I think I would take that too. I'm just saying because there's so many other guys in that backfield.
But that was my point of the soundbite. Nick Saban loves that running back room.
Yeah, but I think he's the favorite to be your leading rusher.
He's the favorite to be the go-to back to start the year.
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys aren't going to bet on this. So who would either one of you say is the favorite?
I would think I would lean Brian Robinson.
I think when it's all said and done, Trey Sanders is going to have the year 1 year delayed probably. Well, Najee wouldn't have given up any touches last year. I think Trey Sanders, finally we get to see a healthy Trey Sanders.
You know, people have hyped up Roydell.
Roydell is good.
And Jace McClellan, he was a guy that averaged over 10 yards a carry. That was limited action, but Brian Robinson, you know, you get the feeling that Saban wants this guy to get touches because he spent so much time in the program.
Scott Forrester, the best of the best, has the photo up. That is one of the most incredible Photoshops.
Do you know what it looks like?
Yeah.
He finally delivered that banana.
Rockstar.
I finally took a shot.
Rockstar. When Rockstar belly laughs, you know it's funny. Rockstar saw it and just belly laughed.
Oh, my goodness.
What's even more incredible is like the lighting.
He's so giddy.
He's so giddy.
He's on top of an Alabama football
the
player.
lighting on the side of your head.
It's perfect.
It is so perfect.
I mean, it's exactly the way I would have looked if I'd have been in that situation right there.
I mean, I don't know how to Photoshop. I wish I did because we could have some fun with it on this show. But for Brian to Photoshop that quickly and make it look that good, that is incredible. Incredible.
Listen, I've done 30 years of local television and radio. I've won 2 Emmys as a producer, one sitting at my desk back there. This is the greatest moment in my broadcasting career right now.
You being carried off the field by Landon
Me
Dickerson?
being photoshopped so well that I'm going to somehow have that framed.
I disagree. I think the best moment was when you either ate the pancakes or Big Macs and you had to go lay down and you got really serious. Maggie's going to be so pissed. You know, this could be really unhealthy. That, to me, was the best moment.
I think that was the Cadbury egg. That was
the Cadbury egg.
Yeah. Cadbury eggs when I threw up.
Yeah, that was my favorite moment.
Yeah. I was battling high blood pressure at the time. Until I saw my friends at Alabama Men's Clinic.
That's back when we tried to kill you, right?
Yeah. Everybody thinks you're still trying to kill me.
We got a reason to now.
Yeah. We can catch it on video now.
We don't say that till after the show. Hold on.
Oh, wow. Found that out, too. One more time, tell you about Lanyas Furniture, and then we'll hear from Roger McCrary as well.
We were telling you about our good friend John at Lanyas Furniture, family business, family-owned furniture store located right there on the main street in Warrior. In business since 1934. John wants to remind all of the viewers and listeners here on the next round that they are loaded with inventory that is ready to deliver from Lazy Boy, Flex Steel, Bernhardt, Bassett, and many other great brands. Wherever you are throughout the state of Alabama, make that drive to Lanyas Furniture in Warrior. Make the purchase, and they will deliver quickly. Unlike other furniture stores, you will not have to wait on in-stock items. With almost 30,000 square feet of showrooms, Lanyas Furniture is sure to have exactly what you want. For more information, check them out today online, LanyasFurnitureCompany.com.
If to John Lanyas, if I said the phrase, the Scandinavian nightmare, you think he would laugh? Stephen, one of our listeners, says we used to run hoops, play basketball with John Lanyas. And our nicknames for him, one was the Scandinavian Nightmare, and the other one is better than that one. Ready?
Yeah, this one is good.
They called him Big Gravy. That's a great nickname.
I'm texting now.
That's a great nickname.
Big Gravy?
Hey, get the ball inside the Big Gravy.
Big Gravy here.
Big Gravy here.
The 43 highway.
Here's Roger McCrary, who's a little big gravy on that defense for Auburn this year, who's talking about just where this defense is right now. Let's go cut number 4, Rockstar. I forgot we had more than one Roger McCrary bite. Make it cut number 4. Roger McCrary talking about where that defense is in camp.
The defense, I feel like the defense is doing great. The linebackers, we got one of the 2 best linebackers in the country. The defense line, that was a question, but summer they had stepped there really great and all that stuff. And I feel like Kobe Wu, Derek, and all of them, they helped out the newcomers with everybody else and all that stuff. And secondary, and that's great too. Me and Smoke helping out the young guys. Then my Pritchard starting to become a leader. Jalen Sim, everybody just starting to become a leader and help out the new incoming people and all that stuff. So I feel like all together we're doing great, especially with Coach Mason's new scheme.
Coach Mason's new scheme. And Lance has said this a lot about Auburn. That's the thing I think I look most forward to about seeing them is what that not that Kevin Steele was awful.
That's what I was going to ask. Does that scare you that it's not continuing what Kevin Steele had done, that it's a new scheme, new everything?
No. I mean, I think Kevin Steele was good, not great. Really good, not great.
When you think Stanford football right now, you don't think dominating defenses, right?
No.
Okay, well, his 2 years as defensive coordinator at Stanford, they were in the top 15 nationally. They're going to be that's going to be a good defense, and it will get better each and every week.
Charles Barkley, which you can download at nextroundlive.com and watch here on YouTube. With us earlier, he likes Auburn to have more than 7.5 wins this year. Don't forget to rewatch our show here on YouTube. Like, listen, and subscribe. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 great locations right here in Birmingham. The next time you need one or a set of new tires, do yourself a favor. Stop by, see the guys at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Locally owned and operated with a wide selection of the top tire brands available. The guys there can get you set and get you safely back out on the road. Again, 4 locations in Birmingham, Hoover, Moody, Trustful, and Gardendale. For more information, you can always visit them online. Check them out today, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Let's kick off the college football season together. Join us Thursday night, August 26th at Walk-Ons off 280 and 119. I'm Jim Dunaway. The entire team from The Next Round will be there starting at 5 p.m. The Next Round kickoff will have great food and drink specials from Walk-Ons and our friends at Redmond Vodka, plus our magnet schedules, souvenir cups, and logo t-shirts while they last. A great way to watch that opening Thursday night lineup of college football. It's August 26th from 5 until close. The Next Round kickoff at Walk-Ons.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
That sound means someone got great advice. Always have a good plumber on standby. For me, that is Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing. Jeremy Purvis and his team can handle commercial and residential plumbing needs, and they give you free quotes. 205-516-4927 or ironmountainworld.com. They handle all your plumbing and jetter services. They'll do everything from drips to new fixtures, and they are licensed, bonded, and insured. ironmountainworld.com. Just drain it.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters. It's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Stay up to date with The Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Jim Dunaway. Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Hey, welcome in live as we get rolling today on a Thursday, and it takes a lot on this show to not start with football. But I feel like, and we got football returning tonight, we got a lot of that stuff happening.